Ladies and gentlemen, our session will start very soon. Would you please be seated at front seats, please? Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good afternoon, good morning to everyone. My name is Xuan Li. I'm Senior Policy Officer in FAO Regional Office for Asia Pacific. Welcome to the ministerial launch of the FAO Knowledge Platform on One Country, One Priority Product for Asia Pacific. The purpose of this regional knowledge platform is to exchange the best practices and innovative solutions on special agricultural product development. Today, we are honored to have 4 ministers from Bhutan, Samoa, Nepal, and Cambodia at this occasion. Let me start by inviting Mr. Jongjin Kim, Assistant Director General and Regional Representative of FAO Regional Office for Asia Pacific, to give the opening remarks. Ms. Kim, you have the floor.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the ministerial launch event for FAO's regional knowledge platform on One Country, One Priority Products, or simply we call it OCOP in short. The OCOP is FAO's flagship corporate initiative, which was endorsed by members at 42nd session of FAO conference in 2021. And in September the same year, this initiative was officially launched. This OCOP was developed to support our members to transform agri-food system through sustainable development of the special agricultural product or priority products. These priority products are typically with unique qualities and special characteristics associated with geographical identification or location, farming practices, or cultural heritages. This initiative intends to support development of a sustainable and inclusive value chain to facilitate food system transformation and the income generation, and ultimately, eventually, to accelerate achievements of sustainable development goals. Last May this year, FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific launched the regional OCOP, with the ministers and the senior officials from member states to help us prepare the strategy and action plans to implement this OCOP initiative in the region. We heard very useful inputs from the participants on their needs and demands to effectively implement this initiative. Already a number of member states have started working with FAO under this initiative, and actually many of them have identified priority products or special agricultural products for their countries. And also to follow up this initiative, they identified or designated the focal points or established the task team to implement this initiative. At this launching event last May, ministers and senior officials have provided two very important recommendations to FAO. One is to establish the regional knowledge platform to facilitate sharing and exchange the solutions, innovative solutions, their experiences around those priority products. So this knowledge platform has been a priority for the regional office to develop, and today we will be presenting the skeleton of this knowledge platform. The second recommendation is to support countries to contextualize and apply the solutions, diverse solutions for this OCOP implementation in the field. So today, with the ministers and the senior officials and our development partners, we are going to launch this regional knowledge platform on OCOP. As I said, this is basically to facilitate sharing and exchange, knowledge, experience, innovative solutions among the stakeholders, key players, including the governments, the private sector, civil society, academia, basically all players. As we understand, this OCOP is country-owned initiative. So the success of this initiative very much depends on the leadership by the government. Also, active engagement by the different stakeholders. Let me express sincere thanks to all of you who have provided most valuable inputs to develop this knowledge sharing platform. We have benefited from the various good practices, innovative solutions you have shared with us. So once again, welcome to this launching event of the knowledge platform on OCOP. And I very much look forward to the presentation by my colleague Xuan Li. She has been working very hard to develop this platform. I believe this will be a very interesting presentation for all of us. And I look forward to your stories, your interesting stories, how you can further develop this OCOP as a means to achieve or accelerate the SDG in the coming years. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim, for your warm welcome remarks. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm very excited and honored to present you the FAO knowledge platform on one country, one product in Asian Pacific, which just put on live right now. As Mr. Kim highlighted, this platform is developed upon the request from the ministers at regional OCOP launch 5 months ago. The web-based platform reflects the FAO regional office's approach and their perspectives on their OCOP. It is in connection with the global OCOP website, which will be live later, and through which we are going to be connected with other 5 regional offices globally as well. We're very proud that our region is the first one to have this launch of the website among the all. This website has 6 languages. Besides English, we have Arabic, Chinese, French, Russian, and Spanish. The platform has 4 major features, which I will go through it very briefly. The first feature is country ownership. As you can see, you are seeing the official nominations of the priority product by the government of each and every OCOP participating country. It intends to be an authoritative database, and also we are presented through the photo gallery here. On the left side of the photo gallery, you can see beautiful landscape of the agro-ecological feature of the country. And on the right side, you can see the selected priority product by the government. For instance, we can see the Lao PDR, the tea is the priority product. In India, the millet. And we can see in Bhutan, quinoa, and etc. So here is a gallery with all the official nomination. Now let's see the second feature, which is the diversity. The platform established the country pages to document and feature diversified experience on the special agriculture product. It covers different types of the initiative, and we call it country initiatives on SAPs. It includes OCOP initiative and also one village, one product or other homegrown initiatives, geographic indications, and also globally important agriculture heritage system, etc. All the information contribute to here, the country initiative are coming from the member states, from the different ministries. For instance, like Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of their Science and Technology, Ministry of their Commerce, etc. Currently, we have 23 ministries and countries pages already put on the website through their close coordination between FAO and countries. Let's take a close look. For instance, we can open the Cambodia country box. At the top, you're going to see the overview of Cambodia country initiatives related to SAPs, including the OCOP, OVOP, GI, etc. So if we go scroll down, it'll give the details of each and every major initiative. And we also have the details about management of each and every major initiative by the different ministries. We're trying to facilitate of the inter-sectoral coordination between the ministries and and connection to the outside. And in addition to that, we have also connected to the national website of the government on the SAPs for more information. I won't go details of each and every country page, but I encourage you to go and look at each and every the country initiative, so you will be able to have a good overview of the countries and their work on the SAPs. The third feature is good practices, where the case studies on the SAPs and innovation are documented and also presented. Here, you are going to hear the success story from each and every country, and also with innovative solutions. When you click the see more good practices, you'll find overall cases which are classified into 4 categories. The first one is a national-based country case study. Second one is a village-based case study. The third one is product-based case study. And the fourth one is issue and innovative solution-based case studies. So for instance, this is one of the innovative solution-based case study, introducing the geographic indications, environmental and sustainability, which was developed from China. You can read more about its methodology, which using digital technologies and Internet of Things and its applications in 14 villages and products in China, following a list of their case studies here. There is a link. You can go into details. Let's return back to the home page. The fourth feature is about resources. It intends to be a resource center or library for their innovation and technology that related to the SAPs. Organized through a food system approach, the resource section contains the literature and tools covering the full spectrum of the whole value chain of the SAPs, including the production, post-harvest, processing, marketing, and consumption. We're adding more of the literature and tools on a continuous basis. In addition, you will be able to find events, news, key documents, and useful FAO links on our resource section. Ladies and gentlemen, the Regional Knowledge Platform on the OCOP is a newborn baby. It belongs to our members. It will grow with continuous attention and custodial with the members and all the stakeholders in our region. Let's continue to feed it together. I thank you for the different ministers and different ministries in the government, partners and FAO teams from headquarters, regional office, and country office for your great support and sharing of the information and devote enormous effort to make this live and successful today. We encourage you to stay connected and continuously to share your innovative solutions, success stories, and inspiring tools and models, and for their common application. All interested parties are welcome to reach out for partnership or knowledge sharing for its benefit for all. Let's make joint efforts to make this platform dynamic, interactive, and also resourceful for the OCOP initiative implementation. Thank you very much. Now, may I have the honor to invite the Honorable Minister, the Nyumpo Yete Panjong, Minister of the Agriculture and Forest, the Bhutan. The Honorable Minister is joining us virtually from Bhutan. Excellencies, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Am I audible to the excellencies and delegates in Bangkok? It is indeed a pleasure for me to be able to join this very important forum, the knowledge sharing platform for the one country, one product. So I'm actually out of the capital city, Thimphu. I'm joining you all from my district, my constituency. I'm here actually on a constituency visit, and I'm joined by my colleagues from the district, the district agriculture officer, the district livestock officer, the agriculture food and agriculture regulatory authority representative, then the environment officer, the IT officer. So I'm pleased to introduce you to all of you, my colleagues joining with me from the district. To start with my statement, I would like to first of all wish Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a very good afternoon from Bhutan, and would like to offer warm greetings on my behalf, on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Forest, and on behalf of the Tongsa district. I also have the pleasure of conveying to you all the warm greetings and the fervent wishes from His Majesty the King and the Honorable Prime Minister of Bhutan. The knowledge sharing, I strongly believe in this knowledge sharing, need of the knowledge sharing platform. While we at the individual level, at the institutional level, at the national level, we have vast areas of knowledge, vast areas of experiences, but I think it is always helpful, it is always supportive, and it is always collective when we are able to share the knowledge amongst the colleagues, when we can share the knowledge between the nations. And in the Asian region, I have full confidence that we have a bank of the knowledge and experiences when it comes to the food production and marketing of the food products, and also in adding value to all the produces that we have for a better quality, for a better return in terms of economy. For Bhutan, we have chosen quinoa as the product of our country in the FAO initiated one country, one product. Quinoa, although is not originating from Bhutan, but through the research, through the experiences that we have gained in initiating to farm quinoa, we have found that quinoa not only has high nutritional value, but quinoa is also highly potential to grow in Bhutan. Quinoa can be cultivated in Bhutan at various altitudes and across all the 20 districts in the country. Quinoa will not only benefit the health and the hygiene of the Bhutanese citizen, but also in export. Quinoa is highly potential to make a good revenue earning for the country's economy. So when we talk of food and nutrition security, firstly, what we have chosen is to produce what is potentially possible to produce more, or to produce in a commercial scale, and to make self-sufficient for the domestic consumption, and to produce excess for export, so that with the revenue generation, we can pay for whatever we are not able to produce ourselves and we needed to import. The food and nutrition security policy of the country, of the ministry, believes in balancing the economy between the export and import within the food resources itself. If we are able to produce enough for ourselves in whatever, for whatever we can produce ourselves, and if we are not, for whatever we cannot produce ourselves, if we can export the excess quantity that we are able to produce ourselves, and if we are able to pay the cost of the import from whatever we have exported, then we feel that is what we believe as a balance of economy in the food resources, and that is the basis of the food and nutrition security. So on this note, as said earlier, Bhutan has decided to go for quinoa as one country, one product, and as always, we are committed to work harder in producing more of the quinoa, and to be able to not only make ourselves self-sufficient with quinoa resources, but also to be able to export to our neighboring countries in the region, and if necessary, even beyond the region. For this, again, coming back to the knowledge platform and knowledge sharing, while we can continue to put in our efforts and resources to research, analyze data, and improve our production and the quality of the quinoa. We will keep on relying on the partnership of the regional member countries. We will keep on relying on FAO. We will keep on relying on all our development partners in enhancing our capacity in both production as well as improving the quality, and also in market facilitation of the quinoa that Bhutan would be marking on the one country, one product mission. We have been enjoying the fullest support from FAO, and with the initiative of the hand-in-hand initiative of the Honorable Director General of the FAO, Bhutan is trying to link this one country, one product to the hand-in-hand initiative at the same time for the overall mission of the national food and nutrition security. So in this line, while the immediate target is to complete or achieve the mission of the one country, one product, we also would like to link this one country, one product to the capacity building, at the same time the improvement of the livelihood of our rural people. That goes very well to match this one country, one product with the hand-in-hand initiative of the FAO that's been initiated by the Honorable Director General. From there on, with the improvement of the livelihood of the rural people, the national food and nutrition security will be achieved, and that will contribute to the Sustainable Development Goal 1, 2, and 10 of the global community. The United Nations has set specific sustainable development goals to elevate poverty, to eradicate hunger, and to improve the livelihood of the rural farmers. So the initiative of the FAO, one country, one product, the hand-in-hand initiative, will go a long way in achieving these sustainable development goals, and Bhutan commits to be a strong partner with FAO, to be a strong partner with all our regional country members, and to be a strong partner to the global community in achieving the goals that we have set ahead. And I'm very pleased that the regional conference, the FAO regional conference in Bangkok, has considered to give a special session on this one country, one product, and the hand-in-hand initiative. And I would be seeing our member country leaders coming with more and more efforts, with vigorous efforts to promote this one country, one product and the hand-in-hand initiative. And I would like to see commitment from all the member countries, Asian member countries, in the hand-in-hand initiative conference that the FAO is going to convene very soon in Rome from October 17 to October 21. Thank you so much, and I will be looking forward to meeting all the excellencies and distinguished delegates in Rome.
Thank you very much, Excellency Panjo, for your excellent statement. We're very pleased that Bhutan has selected quinoa and with high potential and ready to mainstream into the food system and also to meet the global demand. Next, may I have the honor to call upon our Honorable Minister, Lovely Lite Polaterwal and Fosi, Minister of the Agriculture and Fishery of Samoa. Minister, you have the floor.
Atalo fatu le paia magulungo le tato fontanga ni nei te manuia. Ia le atua o mawhaile nei lau lau taua tato te whisila whai ai. Atalo fatu fo le tapo inga si o tato watunu Samoa ia o Sam whai ngao le a talolo. Ai tapo i mai o le a whaisa tato upu o wale nei fontanga taua. Mr. Chong Jim Kim, Assistant Director General of the Regional Representative of FAO for Asia and the Pacific. Your Excellencies, Ministerial colleagues, distinguished FAO colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to you all from Samoa. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be invited to say a few words on behalf of our government, our country, on this ministerial launch of the FAO Regional Knowledge Platform on One Country, One Priority product for our Asia and Pacific region. Samoa is currently self-sufficient in several fruit groups. However, increased dependence on import processed food, fueled by changing dietary habits, vulnerability to climate change, raising burden on non-communicable disease, and inherent limitations of our small island economy. Pose challenges in ensuring of our food security and nutrition, which can cater for the growing of our population and future generation. Samoa's 5-year National Development Plan and National Food System Pathway underscore the importance of sustainable agriculture and fishery sector for a resilient and healthy Samoa, where there's no one is left behind. These will help us achieve the relevant goal of our 2030 agenda for Samoa's pathway. Given the severe impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our other key economy sector, our tourism industry, we are looking forward at increasing our agriculture and fisheries export for new foreign exchange earning and for food import substitution, in addition to our drive to be food and nutrition secured. This will include the promotion and upgrading of our current farming practice to mechanize farming to assist our less resources farmers, and with land preparation activities that are sustainable and environmentally friendly. Further, due to the aspect of severe long-term practice impact of climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the 5 recent 5F crisis: food, feed, fuel, fertilizer, and finance. We have established a district development fund scheme to develop our rural communities and increase our agriculture and fishery productions, to maintain our food and nutrition security, and increase our import substitution and export efforts. As part of our government effort to support these economic developments, we are in the process of establishing our import and export authority to realize our vision in increased export, value addition, and import substitution. Now, most of our agriculture productions is for our food and nutrition security. Import substitution and export effort, and for new foreign exchange earning. include horticulture crops, mainly fruits and vegetables, and cash crops, mainly taro and other root crops. Cover products from our cocoa, coconut resources, such as chocolate, cocoa paste, and our popular salmon cocoa. Organic virgin oil, copra oils, and coconut creams are products from our taro and breadfruit resources, such as taro, breadfruit chips, and breadfruit organic flour. These local produce and processed agriculture products targets mainly for our Samoan communities and other Pacific Island live with aboard, along those who are also popular for our European customers. Furthermore, some of these crops are divine products that are unique qualities and especially characteristic associated with Samoa, our farming practice, and our culture heritage. And so I commended FAO for the green development of a special agriculture products, or one country, one priority product initiative, which will be direct some policy attention to and to share some good practice in the nutrition and healthy benefit of the consumptions. Their contribution to this promotion diversify the balance and the health diet and the lifestyle, that reduction lost and waste of a local grown food. I am very pleased to announce that Samoa has to select cocoa as our priority product for this initiative. With the focus of its own value addition and marketing, our scientific research organization of Samoa will lead the implementation of the initiative in close collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, Fishery, and Farming communities. We are very look forward to develop a new product under the first phase of this initiative in collaboration with FAO, Custom 10 Association focusing on cocoa, and and priority that will promote Samoa-made products. We also look forward that this launch, FAO Regional Knowledge Platform, will benefit our region through effectively facilitate of knowledge and sharing our innovation solution and best practice on special agriculture products, as well as complement of the strength collaboration with other FAO initiatives. In closing, I would like to acknowledge FAO for this great one country, one priority product initiative, and also the FAO Sub-Region Office of the Pacific for your ongoing financial technical support for our Pacific Island countries and for Samoa. Good evening and so forth.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, for your excellent presentation. We have learned how Samoa's national priorities and also the strategy to achieve food security nutrition, and how you're going to have the OCOP as the initiative as a means to achieve these important national priorities. Now, may I have the honor to invite His Excellencies the Hyung Wan Han, Secretary of the State, Minister of the Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries of Cambodia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. Jonglin Kim, Assistant Director General and Regional Representative, FAO, Regional Office for Asia and the Pacifics, Excellency, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Royal Government of Cambodia and the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fishery. I would like to sincerely thank to FAO for inviting me to this important launch event for the FAO Regional Knowledge Platform on the Country One Priority Product for Asia and the Pacific. I especially thank to FAO for our excellent partnership and the support to Cambodia and the MAF. Agriculture is one of the core economic sectors in Cambodia, contributing to 20.8% to the national GDP. Agriculture also plays a key role contributing to improving the living standard of all, especially the poorest. However, there are some critical challenges facing agriculture, including shortage of labor force and market access limitation among smallholder farmers. The agricultural labor dropped from 54% in 2010 to 30% in 2018 and is forecast to further decrease to around 23 to 25% by 2030. This implies the need to mechanize agricultural practice to find solutions for sustainable water use and management and to improve infrastructures to ensure an increase in production and productivity. Enabling business environment is one of the strategic areas to be promoted, along with effective implementation of contact farming framework and making available and accessible market information service targeting both smallholder farmer and investor. The Royal Government of Cambodia long-term vision of Cambodia is to become an upper middle income country by 2030 and a high income country by 2050. To contribute to the realization of the goal, the MAF have put in place the Agricultural Development Policy 2021 to 2030 and its actionable Agricultural Strategic Master Plan 2030, which are the long-term vision for modernizing the agriculture and its subsector in Cambodia. This policy promotes agricultural growth with competitive, sustainable, and inclusive approach with ensuring food safety and nutrition, as well as better management of sustainable management of land, water, forestry, and fishery resources. The focus in strategic to increase agricultural productivity and grow and promote agricultural export and the facilitating the transition to modern sustainable food system. Cambodia here also put in place the Crop Master Plan 2030. This national strategic action plan is to respond to the transformation under the rapid economic growth, urbanization, increased global demand for food, and change the climate and physical discipline. The transformation presents numerous challenges and opportunities for the current system of production and distribution in Cambodia. The plan aims to address the challenge while identifying strategy, policy, investment, and mechanism to realize the opportunity of modernization. Among the prioritized value chain in crop master plan, mango is one of among the prioritized value chain crop for special agricultural product, including rice, maize, cassava, mung bean, cashew, pepper, vegetable, in general among the priority fruit tree in Cambodia. Also, Cambodia is one of the 5 major exporters of quality fresh mango in the world. In 2020, Cambodia negotiated the bilateral agreement with China for the required export standard of mangoes, in particular the Cambodian native Kaoromiet varieties. The uptake of producers to adopt the requirement has been promising, and legislation was passed in May 2022, requiring producers to meet SPS standard in order to gain export permit for mangoes. Following investigation, the growth of export of mangoes from Cambodia to China have been significant. Based on MAF data in 2017, the annual volume was about 240 tons. It's about 0.3% of total mango export, whereas in the 2021, this had grown exponentially to 90,000 tons. It's around 7% of the total. 90% of the total mango export in 2021 was still to Thailand and Vietnam. But this has reduced significantly since 2017, when it was 99%. Given this recent 500,000 ton annual export agreement with China, there remains significant scope to develop 2021's 19,000 ton export figure in the year ahead. This is enabled by the number of producers having already achieved or applying to gain export to Thailand and Vietnam. Public and private partnership are further enabler for the adoption of the necessary standard and required investment. Therefore, mango export to China and subsequently to South Korea are expected to increase significantly with the support of the FAO or COP initiative. Last but not least, taking this opportunity, I would like to emphasize once again the cooperation and partnership with the country in the region and FAO to take action to promote nutrient-sensitive and climate-resilient and sustainable agri-food system. Cambodia look forward to working and learn further about the approach and solution with best practice on special agricultural product development in the region and in Cambodia specific. At the same time, we need further support on technical institutional capacity in various aspects to achieve our ambitious goal. In this regard, promoting innovation in agri-food system through enhancing the value chain and improving green urban food system and food control system from farm to forks is the key. I therefore look forward to closely collaborate with FAO and partner to promote the value chain for specific agricultural products like Cambodian mango with unique quality and uptake potential for production and market growth. Once again, I wish you a successful official launch today with the excellent partnership and collaboration with the FAO and all member countries in the region. I hope the launch which participation of honorable representative of all member state development partner and private sector will enhance more commitment, stronger international cooperation, and finally, will be united more than ever to fight the newly emerging challenge, the COVID-19, especially the 5F. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your presentation. We learned a lot of the great potential of the mango to improve the livelihood of the smallholders in Cambodia. Now, may I have the honor to invite our honorable ministers, Miganda Kuma Hinada Yadav, Minister for Agriculture and Livestock Development in Nepal. The honorable minister is not available in person today, but he has shared his recorded message with us. Secretariat, please.
Respected Chair, valued guests, dignitaries, and all the dignitaries participants of the Asia Pacific Food System Symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Government of Nepal, I am delighted to speak in the launching of the regional platform on the One Country, One Priority product. OCOP aims to develop green and sustainable value chain for special agricultural products, supports small and the family farmers realize the full benefits of global market for the transformation of food system to sustainable, more efficient and resilient. It aims to promote a global action on green development of special agriculture products, SAP, which have unique qualities and the special characteristics associated with geographical location, farming practices, and cultural values. OCOP initiative builds upon the One Village, One Products OVOP program implemented by Nepal as a 5-year pilot project in 2006. It has emphasized on the commercial cultivation of 17 agri-commodities in 22 districts of Nepal by public-private partnership approach. As positive outcomes of the OVOP program, Government of Nepal then promoted One District, One Products ODOP in some districts of Nepal's eastern hills. In this given scenario, Ministry of Agriculture and the Livestock Development has introduced the large cardamom for the OCOP. Nepal possesses huge potential for its commercial production, mainly in the hills and the mountain areas, and stand among of the most eminent exporters of large cardamom. It is a perennial herbaceous spice and primarily used in the adding flavor in the preparing different cuisines. It is mainly produced in the eastern and the western part of the Nepal, and it has made exports of 8,842 metric ton with the value 701 million Nepalese rupees in physical year 2020-21. Government of Nepal is thankful to the global action on the green development of the special agro products that themed as One Country, One Priority products for including Nepal in this program. The Government of Nepal and FOA is working together for the development and the promotion of large cardamom, particularly in the transforming a more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and the sustainable production. We appreciate the leading role of the FAO for the launching the regional knowledge platform on the OCOP, aiming on the promote SAP development in the region. Nepal is looking for the innovation in the processing and the packaging of the cardamom disease control mechanism, ensuring quality exports and along with a strong contribution in the producing, processing, storage and the marketing of the large cardamom to meet domestic and the international market demands. Given its increased prospects, the large cardamom subsector needs technological advancement and the financial investment. Government of Nepal, with the support from FAO, exploring the accessible technological innovation in the processing, storage, and the packaging for the better production and the better income. We are pleased that Nepali large cardamom is in high demand worldwide due to its quality. Nepal has envisioned promoting the large cardamom as high value crops and has introduced different farmers centric scheme in production, processing, packaging and marketing. We are creating enabling environment for the farmers and the standing in the common ground of interest for profitability and better living. We anticipate that mutual beneficial partnership and the understanding to take these products regionally and globally. Government of Nepal wishes for the grand success of the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ministers, Excellencies, for your presentation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are very much grateful to have all of you are here, and we have heard of your guidance, your expectation, and your further commitment to the OCOP initiative. It's really great gathering today. And this platform is still a newborn. We encourage you to continue to contribute and to stay alive and nourish, improve this initiative. The platform has both online and offline, so we're continuing to welcome all the stakeholders to join the sharing of knowledge and also application of the technology for everyone. So with this one, I'd like to conclude the ministerial launch of the regional knowledge platform on the one country, one quality product in Asia Pacific. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
The inaugural session of the Asia Pacific Symposium on Agri-Food Systems Transformation. All the guests and the VIPs have arrived. The Minister for Agriculture and Cooperatives of Thailand has arrived. He's currently meeting with Mr. Jongjin Kim, and he'll shortly be joined by Ibu Amina, the Executive Secretary of SCAP, and they will all be coming here shortly, and we'll start the inaugural session. In the meantime, may I request all of you who are here in person to please put your phones on silent or switch them off if it's possible. but definitely do put them on silent. And secondly, please do not join the Zoom call if you are in this room, because that will result in feedback, which may result in disturbances on the line. So please do not join the Zoom call if you're in this room. Of course, if you're sitting outside, you're welcome to join on Zoom. So while we are waiting for our dignitaries, I would also request all those on Zoom who are all now familiar with the Zoom etiquette to observe the same, to keep your microphones on mute, and to preferably use a connection which is not Wi-Fi, but which is connected through a cord to the LAN. If possible, use a headset and a microphone which is attached to the headset so that your sound can be heard very clearly. And thank you all for your patience while we get ready to start the session in a few minutes' time. And we look forward to a very engaging afternoon today, as well as the 2 days to follow. So the dignitaries are just about to enter, and we will now start the session in a few minutes' time. Thank you. May I request everyone to take their seats so we can get started? Let's take a minute to settle down. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates and speakers, the Director General of FAO, Dr. Chu Donggu, who is joining us live from Rome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural session of the Asia Pacific Symposium on Agri-Food Systems Transformation. It's very good to see a lot of you in person, something which we had got unused to over the last 2 years. This is perhaps one of the first major technical conferences that we are doing in more than 2.5 years with so many of you present in person. We thank everybody who has taken the trouble to be here with us, and especially to all the excellencies. Some of you have traveled from very long distances to be here, and we are very grateful for that. We are now ready to begin the inaugural session, and the same instructions that we gave before the session started apply. Please, those of you who are present here, please do switch off your phones and put them in silent. And please do not join the Zoom call if you're in the room here, to avoid any feedback issues. Thank you for your cooperation. And just before we start off, I would also just request our excellencies, all our ministers, and Ibu Amina, of course, that as soon as this session concludes, we will have a photo session, which will be outside the hall, in front of a poster just like that. So we will all walk out at the end of this session and have a photograph of all the ministers and all the dignitaries and the speakers of the day, including from the World Bank today over there. So thank you, and let's get started. So excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to start off the symposium, let's hear first from the head of our office, Mr. Jong Jin Kim, Assistant Director General and Regional Representative of the FAO Regional Office for the Asia and the Pacific. Welcome, JJ.
Excellencies, Minister of Agriculture and Cooperative of Thailand, honorable ministers, distinguished participants, Director General Dr. Chu Dong-yeol, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to Asia Pacific Symposium on Agri-Food System Transformation. I'm happy to see a large number of participants in this room in person, which would not have been possible just a few months back. About 1 year ago, leaders of the world placed food and agriculture at the center and the front of the global development agenda at the UN Food System Summit. They declared that this was essential to achieve the SDG Sustainable Development Goal by 2030. As SCAP has repeatedly emphasized, this region is likely to achieve this SDG only by 2065, which means we are way off track. And accelerating transformation of agri-food system is very essential and urgent. Countries of this region, among the highest producer of food commodities such as rice, millet, milk, fish, pork, fruit, and vegetable. And this region also includes fastest growing economies of the world. Yet nearly 400 million people in this region are undernourished. 40% of population of the Asia-Pacific region cannot afford to pay high cost for healthy diet. The pandemic, the energy and food price shock since 2020, and the ravage of climate change are impacting agricultural production, the environment, and the livelihood in the region. That is home to 80% of the world's family farmers and smallholders. They are constantly challenged by multiple hazards, including transboundary pests and disease, drought and floods, hurricanes and earthquakes. We have to ensure that they receive technical advice and assistance. We have the tools, technologies, and innovations. We have to reshape our agri-food system to make them more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. This symposium is being convened by the FAO Regional Office to build on the momentum generated by the UN Food System Summit. The symposium is designed to assist countries to reinforce actions toward accelerating the transformation around the desired trajectory leading to better production, better nutrition, better environment, better life, leaving no one behind. Shapers of policy on food security and nutrition shall update us on agri-food system pathways and plans for their respective countries. Renowned technical experts will share their knowledge and experience, case studies and good practices. Development partners will inform us of their priorities, financing opportunities, and the alignment with core themes of this symposium. I invite you all to engage robustly in the discussion, share your learning, and use this forum to disseminate them as widely as possible. Fostering this exchange is FAO's mandate, and we will continue to work with each and every one of you to achieve the shared goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim, for setting the scene, particularly for this region. I now have the honor to invite the FAO Director General, Dr. Chu Dong-yu, who over the last 4 years has transformed our mission into one on achieving the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better lives. And to hear on that, we now invite him to speak. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Moderate. Good morning from Rome. I know you are good afternoon in Thailand. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'm so delighted to be able to join you virtually for this important symposium. As you know, we are very busy week or even busy months start this week. And we just had a very good, successful opening week of the COFO, Forestry Committee, after 3 years physically in headquarters, Rome. And I'm so also glad to see all the friends and neighbors join you in Bangkok after 3 years physically. It is not easy, yeah? It is a crisis, but I know the Asian wisdom. You can use the crisis. On the one hand, it's damage. On the other hand, it's opportunity. We believe that. We do it. Now you see the change, transformation of FAO, and also our business. So you use this forum, the symposium, to discuss how the Asia Pacific region is translating the commitment made at the UN Food System Summit, and also FAO strategy framework we said, and 3 strategies, and namely private engagement, and also the science and innovation, and climate change, and others, into real concrete actions. This symposium is being held amid a serious historical crisis. It's, someone said, a triple overlapping crisis. From the ongoing impact of COVID-19 pandemic, still not finished, but the implication is so dramatic. And to the drought and flood, due to the climate crisis and also ongoing conflict. There are global 10 hotspots. The war in Ukraine that have disrupted the world supply of the grains and other essential commodities. And also international logistics costs are so high compared that before pandemic, resulting in economic downturns and loss of the jobs that pushed the undernourishment from 8 to more than 10% during the first year of the pandemic, with the number of the undernourished that has now grown by 150 million more compared that before the pandemic. The majority of this increase is in Asia Pacific and Africa and Latin America. That's also in your region, account for nearly 85 million more people in hunger. I think especially in South Asia and Southeast Asia, least developed countries, low-income countries, that's even much worse. I know that some of the causes for this increase are the result of disruption to supply chain worldwide, I said, which has led to high prices of food, feed, fuel, and fertilizer. I said the 4 Fs. That's really close to our work, agri-food systems, and also rural people. Wheat prices rose by more than 150% between May 2020 and May 2022, so 2 years. You can imagine 150% higher. Well, the price of maize, a key integrated livestock feed, especially in South Asia, you import a lot from maize. And that also had a rise about 140%. That's directly lead to the oil, edible oil from maize, and also animal feed, and to chicken, to others. Fertilizer prices have risen by about to 250, even 300, depending on the region and the countries. And the natural gas prices jumped by more than 260%. So all this data is so disgusting and so depressing, so scary to us, no matter you are in each corner of the world. It's real global, sad, and negative impact. In recent months, we have seen some decline in the energy and the commodity prices, yet we expect to see the continued volatility as the supply and demand conditions remain tighter, especially due to the ongoing drought and the heat waves linked to the effect of the climate crisis. That consequence will last longer than we expected. Ladies and gentlemen, even before the pandemic, the Asia Pacific region was slipping backwards in the fight against hunger and all form malnutrition, especially SDG 2. And these new challenges are setting the regions even further back, further decreasing the chances of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We are here today, united by our common goals of getting this region back on track. I know extraordinary challenges we had. We need extraordinary efforts to recite and fix it. That is the resilience of Asian culture. This is a resilient and innovative approach from Asian history, long history. But to achieve the SDGs, we need a major transformation one that begins with the transformation of our agrifood system first, to ensure that they can meet the present and the future needs of all stakeholders and the consumers, which we should do. The UN Food Summit of 2021 reaffirmed this global commitment to pursue the actions, solutions, innovations, technologies, and financing needed for this transformation. This regional symposium will build on the momentum of the summit and also use all the current political momentum, namely G20 presidency in Indonesia, APEC presidency in Thailand, and others. And next year, the G20 presidency in India. So please, I call on all my colleagues to work closely with our relevant partners and members to make and build a more stronger political commitment and willingness. And then we can speed up, scale up our actions and deliverable things together with the members, of course. And here I would like also congratulate my colleagues from Bangladesh. We had a very successful regional conference for FAO. And also 2 years ago in Bhutan also. During the pandemic, it's not easy, but we keep our business continue and our activities are running smoothly and face this huge challenge we never expected. So, and FAO reaffirmed its commitment to this region and the world to support all the efforts towards the transformation of global agri-food systems. I strongly encourage all of you to use the agri-food systems, because agriculture and the food systems start from the field, not from the supermarket. Especially in Asia, we still, even we have a lot of fancy supermarket, but the consumption pattern and the food diversity are different. We still depend on major of the fresh consumption of vegetables and fruit. So from the field to the fork, from farmer store to the consumer store, we should make the agri-food systems loudly, clearly, and well addressed, well interpreted. The FAO strategy framework 2022 to 31 is focused on supporting the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and all FAO members in transforming their agri-food system to be more efficient. I said so many times, I wanted to repeat it here, because more efficient, it means produce more with less. We need more quantity, more diversity, different kind of food, and also high quality. That's a more, at least 3 million more. And less input, not only economically, agro input, and also less impact on environment, and more inclusive, not only between man and woman, gender inequality, between poor and rich. You see, during past 2 years, richer and richer, poor and poor. That's not good. And also more gap between the city and the rural areas. So the inclusion should be addressed 3 areas: man and woman, rich and poor, city and countryside. More resilient. Resilient comes from the more investment, especially agriculture-related investment, infrastructures, research, and manpower, and the trading, you name it. Resilience does not come from the natural, come from the sky, come from the air. No, come from the solid enabling policy to support agri-food system and the rural areas. I think Asia members from Japan, South Korea, China, India, and Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Indonesia, even Singapore, other small island states, you have a lot of experience to share how to improve the resilience. And more sustainable, of course, not only sustainable environment and development, sustainable young farmers. If we don't have a sustainable younger generation farmers, how can we build up the sustainable economy, sustainable agri-food systems, or sustainable prosperity in the rural areas? So that's what the FAO has started establishing FAO Youth Committee and Women's Committee, empower the youth and the women. And now they, after 3 years, they really play the leading role and to transform agri-food systems and build one FAO. And the World Food Forum last year we started, and this year you will see a week of the 17 to 22 October. There are so many events organized by FAO support and also by the coordination myself and with the chief economist, chief scientist, and others. So I think the FAO strategy framework endorsed by the Minister Conference, it's fundamental issues. And then come the 4 betters. I started from better production. And so many times say we are working on agri-food systems in the rural areas. If we don't talk about first, better production, what it means agri-food system, what it means agriculture and the food, you can't start with others. No, that's not agriculture, not the agri-food system, not the rural development. That's a natural. I think Asia Pacific, you are clearly understood. Start with better production. Any country, developing, small and big, you need a better production. Build better compared to yourself, your history, and also compare your leading members. So that's a horizontal, vertical, 2 directions to learning, to compare yourself with some advanced members and also your history. Better production, a better nutrition, a better environment, a better life. I said better life, not only a better livelihood. You know, in the Western narrative, they always say better livelihood. Livelihood is not only, it's a basic things. Better life includes life quality, not only the farmers and the consumers and all our entire human being. We need a better life, quality life, especially health life. Health life comes from the health food. Without the health food, every day, how many percentage of the people eat the food or take the drugs, medicine, I mean. I think less than 10% population take the medicine every day, but 19% include that 10% of who take the medicine also, they need the health food first. So the better life for all, leaving no one behind. This 4 betters approach is a holistic design, and it should be taken ownership by each members, each sectors. You can start from village level up to the country level. And that's also is at the heart of effort to achieve Asia Pacific region agri-food system transformation and rural development. Better production, entail the innovation for the sustainable production, crops, livestock, the fishery, agriculture, include digital agriculture. That's one of the main driving force. And Asia Pacific region, you are very advanced in the world. I can tell you, because I travel all over the world during past months, since this year, I can feel with my mobile phone and what is the big difference from one country to another, from one continent to another. Better nutrition ensure the healthy diet and the safe food for all. A better environment recognize that the robust agri-food system requires a healthy ecosystem that is flourishing with the climate change adaptation mitigation. So climate change adaptation first, because we have a lot of technical tools to deal with the climate change. From the abiotic, biotic resistance or tolerance to the environment, to the local production systems. And also we have a lot of governance and management tools to deal with climate change. Let's build out first the adaptation, and of course, and then improve the mitigation. The protection of the biodiversity. In the Asia Pacific region, you have a highest mountain in the world, and you have also deepest sea in the world. You have so many small islands there. The biodiversity is so diversified. It's a huge gene bank for the world. So the biodiversity protection is long-term investment. We need to look at that, not only simply talk about the environment protection and the sustainable airborne food systems, because the Asia Pacific regions, you will reach 70% of the people living in the city. Take the nature of the largest population of the continent, so huge and potential capacity of purchase power will be in the city. So city, what is the future city? Should be greener, should be environment friendly, should be food secured, and all the green economy should be developed. That is our future city in Asia Pacific region. And also should be ideal place for the young people to have a decent jobs, opportunities, education, culture, entertainment, and so on, you name it. Agriculture and horticulture, of course, and others can play the decisive role, in my opinion. Even the tourists took the Asia Pacific region. You have so many places, it's so good for tourists. How to link the tourists with the agriculture and the food systems, and with the environment, the microenvironment, agroforest, you name it. There's huge potential for the transformation of agrofood in your region to of the service, new type of service to the new generation of the tourists. And finally, a better life for all seeks to promote the inclusive economic growth first by reducing the inequalities between urban and rural, between rich and poor countries and poor groups, and between men and women, of course. Indigenous people, it's one of the distinguished characteristics in your region. You have so many indigenous peoples needed to take care, and also all their indigenous knowledge should be profiled, protected, and shared with others. Because indigenous knowledge, we still didn't know that much. We should do. And the regional youth, of course. Asia Pacific, I think it's young in that aspect, especially in South Asia. The average age of the population is still young, and a big potential for future potential socio-economic development. Dear colleagues, this symposium provides a platform to identify priority triggers for change. I hope you can find several entry points and triggers to lead the change for the better world. To discuss and exchange the latest state of the art advancing in science and digital technologies. I always say IT and BT, biotechnology and information technology. That's a two important group of technology to lead the transformation of agri-food system, not only agri-food system, and the economic at large. That afford unprecedentedly pathway for agri-food system transformation. This advance include the collection of the data and the statistics for SDG monitoring and activities in which FAO has comparable advantages. Data, data, data. Not only collection, analyzing, and also sharing. Sharing is the most important characteristic for future economy. Future economy based on the digital approach, but the core value is sharing economy, sharing data, sharing technology, sharing market. Let us use this opportunity to come up with the guided action to follow through on and build upon our past commitment. The cost of ending hunger, doubling the incomes of small-scale producers, and protecting the climate is estimated at additional $19 billion per year on average until 2030 from developing countries. I always challenge my chief economist. This number is too small. Maybe they didn't include the China and India. So if they consider the China and India, $19 billion is nothing. I don't know how this number comes from. With a further 14 billion per year from donors. No, still too low. I know the money, it's more than 10 times of that needed for transformation, agrifood system, and rural development. Because you didn't include the other investment, only include the production itself. Maybe it's a little bit relevant. By bringing together key stakeholders, we seek multiple sectors of collaboration among the government, the UN agencies, financial institutions, private sector, civil society, and academia, international NGOs. Let us not shy away from difficult choice regarding new investment, policy reforms, and institutional reforms. We need bold action now. I wish you transformative discussion and a dynamic debate and a positive outcome. And then you can share your thought, you can share your experience, and then you can build a shared future, peaceful, prosperous Asia-Pacific region. That's really thought from my heart. I thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Director General Dr. Chu Dongyu, for your inspiring words and for articulating your vision and FAO's vision for food security, protecting the environment, and improving lives and livelihoods through the 4 betters. Your thoughtful guidance will come in very useful over the next 2 days of deliberations. Thank you very much once again. We will now have the pleasure to hear from our very gracious host country of this symposium and the host country for many international agencies, including the UN, also known as the Land of Smiles and the Kitchen of the World. I invite His Excellency, Mr. Chalamchai Srion, Minister of Agriculture and Cooperatives, to kindly take the floor. Excellency.
ท่านชูตงอยู่ผู้อำนวยการใหญ่ FAO ท่านจองจินคิมผู้ช่วยอำนวยการใหญ่ FAO และผู้แทน FAO ประจำภูมิภาคเอเชียและแปซิฟิกท่านสันเซียอาลิจบานารองเลขาธิการสหประชาชาติและเลขาธิการบริหารคณะกรรมการเศรษฐกิจและสังคมแห่งสหประชาชาติสำหรับเอเชียและแปซิฟิกท่านรัฐมนตรีและท่านผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านครับนี่มัน
Mr. Chu Dongyu, FAO Director General, Mr. Jo Jin Kim, FAO Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Asia and the Pacific, Ms. Amida Satsia Alice Jabana, Under Secretary General, United Nations and Executive Secretary, ESCAP, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
วันนี้ผมได้รับมอบหมายจากท่านนายกรัฐมนตรีให้เป็นผู้แทนร่วมกล่าวเปิดงานประชุมสัมมนาประจำภูมิภาคเอเชียและแปซิฟิกการพลิกโฉมระบบเกษตรและอาหารผมรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติเป็นอย่างยิ่งที่ประเทศไทยได้ต้อนรับทุกท่านที่อยู่ในห้องนี้และผู้ที่เข้าร่วมการประชุมออนไลน์อันเป็นสัญญาณที่ดีของการฟื้นตัวจากสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดของเชื้อไวรัสโควิด -19 ของประเทศไทยและของโลกโดยรวม
Today, on behalf of His Excellency Prime Minister, I am delighted and honored to welcome you all both here in Bangkok and the online participant to the Asia-Pacific Symposium on Agri-Food System Transformation. This is a good sign for all of us here in Thailand and the world, how we progressing and recovering from the pandemic.
ผมและรัฐบาลไทยขอขอบคุณพันธมิตรนานาประเทศที่ร่วมกันแลกเปลี่ยนและนำเสนอแนวทางในการพลิกโฉมระบบอาหารและการเกษตรเพื่อให้สามารถพ้นวิกฤตและสร้างความเข้มแข็งและยั่งยืน
We, the Royal Thai government and its people, would like to thank all our international partners and alliance for your information sharing and possibility to transform agri-food system, not only mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also strengthening agriculture and food system towards sustainability.
เป็นการครบรอบ1 ปีที่กระทรวงเกษตรและกรเป็นหน่วยงานหลักในการร่วมกิจกรรมของการประชุมสุดยอดผู้นำระบบอาหารโลกมาตลอดและจากการประชุมจะเห็นได้ว่าเราจำเป็นจะต้องดำเนินการอย่างเร่งด่วนเพื่อพลิกโฉมระบบเกษตรและอาหารให้ยั่งยืนยืดหยุ่นและเป็นธรรมโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งการสนับสนุนทางด้านการเงินข้อมูลวิทยาศาสตร์นวัตกรรมอย่างเป็นรูปธรรม
It's already a year past since the UN Food System Summit 2021 in September last year. The Ministry of Agriculture Cooperatives as a national focal point for UN Food System Summit 2021 as well as FAO has been actively participating together with our national and international partners. Now we need the actions and implementation to transform the system that will be sustainable, resilient, and fair through supporting finance, data, science, and innovation.
ประเทศไทยนำนโยบายเศรษฐกิจชีวภาพเศรษฐกิจหมุนเวียนและเศรษฐกิจสีเขียวหรือโมเดลเศรษฐกิจ BCG เพื่อฟื้นฟูเศรษฐกิจที่สร้างสมดุลสู่ความยั่งยืนกระทรวงเกษตรและกรได้นำมาปรับในการขับเคลื่อนการระบบเกษตรและอาหารอย่างยั่งยืนโมเดลเศรษฐกิจ BCG เป็นการพัฒนาที่มุ่งสู่ความยั่งยืนทั้ง3 มิติคือเศรษฐกิจสังคมและสิ่งแวดล้อมเพื่อให้เกิดการขับเคลื่อนประเทศไทยอย่างสมบูรณ์และยั่งยืนมีการบูรณาการการพัฒนาตั้งแต่ต้นทางกลางทางและปลายทางโดยใช้องค์ความรู้ทางด้านวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมในการสร้างคุณค่าเพิ่มจากฐานความหลากหลายทางด้านชีวภาพและวัฒนธรรม
Thailand's National Agenda on the Bio-Circular and Green Economy Model or BCG model will be an accelerator to balance our development toward economic, social, and environmental sustainability in a more holistic and integrated manner. It is a growth strategy where science, technology, and innovation are applied and developed based on our rich biodiversity and culture.
กระทรวงเกษตรและกรมุ่งพัฒนาภาคการเกษตร3 สูงคือประสิทธิภาพสูงมาตรฐานสูงและรายได้สูงโดยการขับเคลื่อนในระดับพื้นที่นำร่อง5 จังหวัดเพื่อพัฒนาให้เป็นต้นแบบขยายผลไปสู่จังหวัดอื่นๆโดยได้นำแนวคิดเศรษฐกิจ BCG ในการขับเคลื่อนทุกโครงการให้มีประสิทธิภาพยั่งยืนยกระดับความเป็นอยู่ของเกษตรกรไทย
The Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives aims to develop the agriculture sector to 3 highs: high efficiency, high standard, and high income. We have the pilot projects in 5 provinces in order to apply the BCG concept in the existing operation to be more efficient, sustainable, and improve the livelihood and income of Thai farmers.
ผมขอเน้นย้ำว่าเส้นทางสู่ระบบอาหารและภาคการเกษตรที่ยั่งยืนต้องเกิดจากความร่วมมือของทุกภาคส่วนที่จะร่วมคิดร่วมทำร่วมสร้างในทุกระดับในโอกาสนี้กระทรวงเกษตรและสหกรณ์ยินดีแลกเปลี่ยนความรู้ทางวิชาการที่ไทยมีศักยภาพให้แก่ประเทศสมาชิกในภูมิภาคอาทิเช่นการเข้าร่วมโครงการ1ประเทศ1ผลิตภัณฑ์ซึ่งนับเป็นการดำเนินการภายใต้แผนยุทธศาสตร์ระยะ10 ปีฉบับใหม่ของ FAO ที่มุ่งเน้นให้การเปลี่ยนแปลงไปสู่ระบบอาหารเกษตรที่มีประสิทธิภาพครอบคลุมยืดหยุ่นและยั่งยืนมากขึ้นโดยไม่ทิ้งใครไว้ข้างหลัง
I would like to reiterate that the pathway to sustainable agri-food system require inclusive collaboration from all relevant agencies to engage in brainstorming, executing, and implemented at all levels. The Ministry of Agriculture Cooperatives is ready to share and exchange knowledge with our friends and partners. Thailand supports the FAO regional initiative, namely One Country, One Priority Products, under FAO Strategic Framework 2022 to 2031, focus on the transition to a more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agricultural food system without leaving no one behind.
ประเทศไทยมีประสบการณ์และผลสำเร็จที่เป็นประจักษ์ในโครงการ1ตำบล1ผลิตภัณฑ์และการสร้างอัตลักษณ์ของการเกษตรเช่นการขึ้นทะเบียนสิ่งบ่งชี้ทางภูมิศาสตร์โดยมุ่งเน้นการสร้างมูลค่าเพิ่มและแรงจูงใจเพื่อให้ชุมชนพัฒนาต่อยอดจากภูมิปัญญาและศักยภาพของท้องถิ่นเป็นภาครัฐที่เป็นพี่เลี้ยงสนับสนุนและอำนวยความสะดวกให้ชุมชนเข้มแข็งผมหวังว่าสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งที่ประเทศไทยสามารถที่จะมีส่วนร่วมอย่างสร้างสรรค์ต่อการดำเนินการโครงการ1ประเทศ1ผลิตภัณฑ์ของ FAO ให้บรรลุเป้าประสงค์ได้อย่างที่ตั้งใจ
Thailand's experience and success in our One Tambon, One Product, OTOP, and the recognition of agricultural identity through GI, geographical indications. These actions are not only creating added value and motivation for the community, but also capitalize on local wisdom and strength of the community. The government will facilitate and empower the community by relevant capacity building activities. I anticipate that from these experiences, Thailand can contribute constructively to the implementation of the FAO's OCOP project and participating members.
สุดท้ายนี้ผมในนามของรัฐบาลไทยต้องขอบคุณ FAO ประจำภูมิภาคเอเชียแปซิฟิกที่ได้การจัดการสัมมนาในครั้งนี้และหวังเป็นอย่างยิ่งว่าการจัดการสัมมนาในครั้งนี้สามารถที่จะเป็นเวทีให้ทุกท่านทุกภาคส่วนมีส่วนร่วมในการแสดงความคิดเห็นและแลกเปลี่ยนร่วมกันในการตอบสนองต่อ5วิกฤต5ด้านเพื่อระบบเกษตรและอาหารที่ยั่งยืนต่อไปและเราทุกคนจะอิ่มและดีไปด้วยกันโดยไม่ทิ้งใครไว้ข้างหลัง
Finally, on behalf of the Royal Thai government, I would like to thank the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific for organizing this remarkable event. I sincerely believe that this seminar can be a forum for everyone from all sectors, participate, brainstorm, exchange, suggest the opinion collectively in response to 5 crises for sustainable agri and food systems and achieve zero hunger and well-nourished. We will be fully nourished and good well-being. Let's join hands, work together without leaving no one behind.
ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. And we'd also like to thank Dr. Vanida Kunmitpech, who is the Director of the Bureau of Foreign Agriculture Affairs, Government of Thailand, for her excellent translation. Thank you, Kunvanida. We now will hear from the United Nations SCAP, and we'll hear from the Executive Secretary, Ms. Armida Salcialis Jabana, who's also popularly known as Ibu Amina, As you all know, SCAP is the custodian of all the SDGs for this region, and I'm sure we'll hear more about where we are on that trajectory. Over to you, Ivomina.
Excellency Mr. Chalamchai Srion, Minister of Agriculture and Cooperatives of Thailand, my good friend Mr. Shu Dong-yu, also Mr. Jong Jin Kim, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a privilege and pleasure to have the opportunity to give the opening remarks on this very important and very timely symposium on agri-food system transformation. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, as well as war in Ukraine, these multiple crises, have again exposed the fragility of our global food systems. Tackling agri-food system transformation is now more urgent than ever. As we discuss the path to transformation, let's keep three critical food system transformation in focus. So allow me to just quickly go over the three focus areas. The first transformation is toward food security and nutrition for all in our region. More than 1 in 5 people live with moderate or severe food insecurity, and some 2/3 of the world's food insecure are in our region, in Asia Pacific. In several countries in the region, more than 1 in 3 people are food insecure, and the situation is worsening. The need to reach these furthest behind has never been more urgent. Inequalities affect the access of millions of people to food. Countries need to implement measures to address the social and economic barriers preventing access to healthy and affordable food, including through targeted social protection system and refocused social safety program. More than half of the region's population is currently completely unprotected against any contingency throughout their lives. So therefore, the urgent need to scale up the social protection system. The second transformation we need is one towards healthy and climate-friendly agroecosystems. Food systems account for around 1/3 of global anthropogenic greenhouse gas emission and drive almost 90% of global water stress and land use related biodiversity loss. Unsustainable production systems increase the risk of future pandemics and compromise human health and well-being. We require urgently a broad shift to circularity, climate-smart agriculture, sustainable mechanization, and smart technologies towards increasing resource efficiency and expanding the ability of farmers to adapt to changing climate and related threats. And the third point is that shared prosperity must be kept in focus. Smallholders provide some 80% of the food supply in our region, but they face mounting challenges such as limited access to markets, finance, credit, and water. Sustainable production method must be adapted to each terrain and crop. Of course, this transformation will take time. Farmers at the front line of the food system take on tremendous risks on behalf of the society, all of us. Therefore, viable livelihoods and risk management must be prioritized. We need innovative and inclusive financing mechanisms to enhance investment in agriculture and rural development, as well as to improve access to financial services, including rural credits to fund small agribusinesses, especially for women. I think DG Su already underlined this important point. The convergence of food and financial fiscal risk also shows that we must deepen our understanding of risk and system resilience. Threats are multiplying and evolving. We see that the ability to produce and access food may be compromised from one day to the next. Food system risks are multidimensional and risk pathways are not always apparent. Leveraging and strengthening regional and international partnership and integration based on comparative advantages between countries enhances food system resilience. Without any doubt, stronger network and inclusive multilateral action is essential to avoid widespread food shortages, deeper climate crisis, and a divided region that could see no country left behind. The UN system in Asia Pacific, of course, will have to realign or respond to this urgent priority, combine efforts towards sustainable consumption, production, providing healthy and safe nutritious food for all, and promoting equitable livelihoods for all to ensure this transition. With regard to SCAP, of course, our support for multilateral action is increasingly focused on supporting food system transition in our region. We have, for example, we have partnered with FAO as well as others to prepare for the Food System Summit last year. Our policy advocacy on the health environment nexus encompasses agri-food system and is implemented in close collaboration with FAO, UNEP, and WHO. Work is being initiated with WFP on a risk assessment framework. We provide member states with technical assistance on sustainable agriculture mechanization. We have our regional institute in Beijing, hosted by the government of China, which is CSAM, the Center for Sustainable Agriculture Mechanization. Of course, we also provide, as we are intergovernmental organization, we provide the intergovernmental platform for follow-up and review through our Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, or APFSD, and next year will be our 10th forum. And through this platform, it can support regional follow-up to the implementation of country commitments made at the UN Food System Summit in collaboration with all UN entities. And in closing, I wish you a successful symposium and looking forward to the result. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Amina, for those remarks and for encouraging everyone here to think beyond business as usual and to look at ways in which agri-food transformation can be accelerated. So thank you everyone here. First of all, let me first thank the FAO Director General for joining us online for the inaugural session of this symposium, and to all the speakers, to His Excellency, the Minister from Thailand, Ibu Amina and JJ, and to all of you for being here. So this brings us to the end of the inaugural session. As announced before, what we will do now is to have a photo of all our ministers who are assembled, all excellencies. So colleagues, please accompany them to the point where there will be the photograph taken. And we would also like those who are on the agenda today as speakers, so Martin, David, and Stefanos also to accompany them and go to the point to take a picture. And then we will assemble back in 10 minutes. We are running a few minutes late, but that's eminently manageable. So please assemble back in 10 minutes and we will start off the first ministerial panel. Thank you very much. And to all the others, maybe you can all get a health break for a few minutes. So see you all in 10 minutes. Everybody else on Zoom, please remain online. We will be back shortly.
Good luck.
Thank you, Director General. Hello, can we have everybody back in the ballroom, please? Please ring more bells. Everyone, get your coffee if you need, and please come back into the ballroom. And you can all come into the front as well. So now the reserved seats are no more reserved, so you're all welcome. It's all free seating now. So please occupy the spaces in the front as well. Okay, thank you very much. So let's get started. We are about 10 minutes behind time, but that does not affect the way this session will proceed. So it is my pleasure now first to invite David Nabarro, who will moderate the first ministerial panel. He otherwise does not need much introduction. We all know his role in the UNFSS, and he's currently co-lead of the UN Secretary General's group for the crisis response. So over to you, David.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is, as Sridhar just said, is David Nabarro, and it's absolutely wonderful to be with you all this afternoon. An extraordinary privilege. As Sridhar said, I've been working with many of you on the preparations for and then follow-up to the Food Systems Summit. And in that work, of course, I'm closely cooperating with Stefanos Fotiou, the director of the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub in FAO. And it's really wonderful to see how the national pathways on which you all worked are being put into practice. I'm also, as Sridhar said, honored to be the co-lead of the food work stream of the UN Secretary General's response group to the global crisis. I want to be very clear that this is a crisis like none other in my professional experience. And in this region, you talk of it in terms of both coming out of COVID, as the minister from Thailand said that just now, but also looking at 5 words that in English begin with the word F: food, feed, fuel, fertilizer, and finance. And that framing is what takes us into our discussion today in this first remarkable high-level panel. We have an initial presentation by Maximo Torero, the chief economist of FAO. He will talk live from Rome. And then we've got some country perspectives from 5 countries, 2 which will be presented live by my colleagues here, and then 2 which will be presented live by video, and then 1 which will be a recording. Without more ado, hello to Maximo. I can see you on the screen. I hope you're well, and over to you for your opening remarks.
Hi, David. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, you're good. You're coming through well.
Okay, thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to be with all of you today in this extremely important conference. So let me do a brief presentation of the context where we are today and how this could be affecting our choices and policy decisions. So first, I think it's important to look at the recent global crisis to meet the SDG agenda and how we are doing. So what is the photograph today? So the global ambition was to end hunger and malnutrition by 2030. And food and agriculture plays a crucial role in this global agenda, as it was already explained by many panelists. It's not only on assuring availability and access to food, it's also assuring quality of food, but it's also completely related to climate and to climate change, being agriculture one of the major emitters of greenhouse gas emission, and especially methane, and also at the same time being one of the major sectors where emissions can be reduced through mitigation or adaptation. And the transformation that needs to happen is important, but we need to analyze the different pathways to be able to achieve that food system transformation. Now, the way we are looking at it is to looking at what we call the four betters: better production, as it was mentioned by the Director General of FAO, and the crucial role that it has on providing adequate, affordable food in resilient and sustainable systems. But it's also related directly to better nutrition, because we want to be sure that the quality of the food will allow us to resolve the two challenges that we have today of over and under nutrition around the world. The second element linked to this, which is also linked to what I was mentioning before, is the issue of environment and how we can assure that we use more effectively our natural resources, given the importance of agriculture in water, in the land and soil use, and of course in emissions. And if we are able to accomplish those three betters, of course we will achieve better lives, which implies reduction of inequalities, more inclusion of women, youth, international public goods, and be able to have access to for all vulnerable populations. Now, within this context, the photograph of the outcomes that we are facing are not so good. We have three major drivers of undernourishment and chronic undernourishment. One is conflict, now also war. The second one is the slowdowns and downturns. And the third one is climate variability and climate change, climate extremes. COVID-19 has affected enormously our countries through economic slowdowns and downturns. But it also, conflict has been creating a significant series of problems, and the exacerbation of the war of Ukraine has also put us in a situation of extreme prices, especially up to March of this year. But climate and climate change and climate variability and extremes will be there and will be there for the future. And climate has four dimensions of impacts. One, of course, is extremes, the extreme temperatures, meaning droughts, or extreme water, meaning floods, like what happened in Pakistan lately, which is a key exporter of rice. But also, of course, variability. And the variability of climate makes more difficult for farmers to make decisions, because they don't know what will be the evolution of prices over time, because they are facing significant challenges and variability and volatility, what we call excessive volatility. And the third element, which normally we don't talk too much, is the element of diseases, pests and diseases, and how climate change and the change in temperatures will create a different evolution of pests and diseases that could put at risk what we produce. Now, all of this is within a context of poverty and extreme poverty increasing as a result of COVID-19, and also inequalities especially increasing, which makes more difficult to find ways in which we can move people out of extreme poverty and hunger sustainable. So this is the picture that we have, and the result of this picture is that the number of chronically undernourished people has been substantially increasing in the last 5 years, and with a significant exacerbation in the last 2 years, where we got 150 million more people chronically undernourished. The major reason is COVID-19, and with the exacerbation of the war in Ukraine, this number could increase even more in 2022. Now, Asia, in this context, is also showing significant challenges, and there has been a significant increase since 2020 in the number of people chronically undernourished. So again, this rings us an enormous bell that is the time that we need to really to create this transformation and start to create the change that we need. Because the hunger map we are observing today, and this is the latest hunger map produced by FAO, is a map that doesn't look good. Too many countries in the world are facing significant challenges, and we need to reduce that. But to be able to understand this agri-food system transformation, I think it's very important to understand that we are working in a world of risks and uncertainties. And these risks and uncertainties are in the ground based on the water stress, the climate change, and the shocks that we have been observing, like COVID-19 and even like the war. So under this context, we have classified our risk in 3 groups, which we believe is important to understand in this sector. The first group is humanitarian, where basically we need to find ways to, in the short term, resolve any problem of acute food insecurity of the food crisis countries, and try to allow them to have access in the short term of food so that they don't become chronically undernourished, and also to avoid migration and to find ways in which we can target these populations in the best possible way so that we are as cost effective as possible. And it's not only giving food, but it's also providing them the tools so that they can keep growing and they can keep producing, because it's very cost effective, even for self-consumption, if a farmer can still plant so that they can consume what they produce. And that's what FAO does, mostly trying to help farmers in emergency situations to continue operating. But then the other 2 groups are one linked to the macro sector. And this is something that normally economists neglect in the finance ministers, and the agricultural sector doesn't look too much to it. The first thing is the linkages that we have now between the energy markets and the input markets. We used to have before with the biofuel market in the 2007-2008 food crisis, but now the linkage is extremely strong with the energy market, especially through the fertilizer and the price of gas, natural gas, and I will elaborate on that later on. But then is the context of debt and how the situation of not growing has created such an impact, the slowdowns and downturns I was referring before, that affects any potential development of these countries that are in significant stress. And the exchange rates are extremely important here, because the way my food import bill, if I'm a net food importer, will increase is through a price effect, but also through a devaluation of the exchange rate, because I have to import in US dollars normally. And what we are observing is that the policies that are being put in place, the macroeconomic policies in developed economies of increasing interest rates of their central banks, will accelerate the process of exchange rate devaluation, and that will continue to increase the food import bill. So we need to understand the consequences of those policies, and that's why those policies, as it was raised in the latest Finance G20 meeting, together with the ACT meeting, they need to be cautious. They need to think carefully what are the consequences to the rest of the world of the policies being put by developed economies. And finally, of course, there is a macro risk of nuclear contamination that could move out of land for 10 years or more, land which is already productive and fertile, and we hope that will never happen. But then focuses on the agricultural sector, we now need to understand better how inputs markets work, not only fertilizers, but also seeds, because to produce certified seeds, you need fertilizers. And therefore, if the price of fertilizers increase, the price of certified seeds will increase. The same with pesticides. Trade is essential. Avoiding trade restrictions is the first thing we should do right now, because we need food to be able to flow. And we found also that logistic and transportation infrastructure is central. This came up during COVID-19 and now with increase on prices of oil and transportation costs. And this affects, of course, production and prices. But one topic that normally we don't touch comprehensively within the agri-food system transformation is the evolution of diseases and proliferation of diseases. And that's something, as I mentioned, that will be evolving with climate, and it's something that we need to have a lot in mind. Now, what is the situation today and what we are facing today, and how we need to understand how we can cope to increase resilience in this agri-food system transformation? First, we know that there is significant increase in prices. The peak was in March. There has been a reduction in the last 5 months of the food FAO or the FAO food price index, but still are extremely high, as I show this in these real and nominal terms. The valuation, as I show also, has increased substantially. The power of the dollar has increased, and that, of course, increased the food import bills of countries. Now, we are looking in a world where many food importers are already saddled with high debt burdens as a consequence of the COVID-19 and even before, but this has exacerbated during COVID-19. And this creates a significant problem because it doesn't allow these governments to have the capacity to be able to afford this food. And in a world where still during the Ukraine war, the level of export restrictions measured in terms of calories being traded was even higher than the 2007-2008 food price crisis, which is in the yellow line relative to the red line, which is the Ukraine crisis. Now it has reduced because of the removal of some export restrictions, but it still is high and it's something to look. It's even higher than at the beginning of the COVID-19, the blue line in the bottom, which because of the information shared by AMIS was improved. And most of these restrictions are on wheat, are also on other commodities like palm oil. Now we are starting to see some restrictions in rice, which is the red part at the end because of the export restriction being put by India. And they are also in other commodities like soybean oil and so on. So this is something that we need to figure very carefully how we need to reduce. And why? Because conceptually, what we are doing by putting export restrictions and deglobalizing the economy is shifting our frontier of productivity, because trade helps to allocate resources in the most efficient way. And that shift will have a cost. And that one-off cost will increase inefficiencies, and therefore will create a problem in a world where we don't need to have that right now. And why this is so important? Because if we look at the 9 food groups that we need to have access, to be able to have access to sufficient micronutrients and what we call healthy diets, even adjusting by food loss and waste, most of the sub-Saharan Africa countries don't have access to those 9 food groups. That's why the color in this map is dark red. And many countries in South Asia and also in South America have partial access to those. So unless trade flows, today it's impossible to comply with this requirement that we have availability of those 9 food groups. So it's very important to look at this and to be very careful. Now, the consequence, as I mentioned before, is a significant increase in the food import bill. The import bill of food has been increasing, as you can see in this graph, substantially. And the impact is on price, is also an impact on volume. That puts an overall food import bill increase for lower middle income countries and low income countries, an IDA of around $24 billion. And we need to find a solution to this, because the consequence of this, outside of potential risk of social unrest, is that there could be a decline in what countries import and in the quality of what countries import. And we're starting to see that in terms of the reduction of the volume of what they are importing. That's why it's so important, the food import financing facility that we propose, and luckily the IMF has picked it up, and now they call it the food crisis window, but basically it's exactly the same thing. It's trying to support, through balance of payment mechanism, countries that cannot afford the import bill that they had before, and the most vulnerable ones. Now, we need to be careful. We were talking of 62 countries. We need to be careful how many of those will be able to access to this facility, just approved last Friday in the IMF, which is consistent with the food import financing facility that we were proposing. Now, in this context, there has been a huge effort by the Secretary General to try to release the grain from the Ukraine country because of the war in Ukraine. And this has started to flow. And what we observe in terms of values is that there has been access of 2.3% for low-income countries and 23.7% for low-middle-income countries. And that's relative to the rest, which has gone to high and high-income countries. So we are around 25% of this food moving. So we are not resolving the problem of food access, we are resolving the problem of food availability in a certain way, but it's a total of 5 million metric tons, the ones that are flowing out, which is good, but it's not yet significant enough. But it's resolving at least the problem of grain farmers and the problem of storage. But we need to compensate this with measures to improve food access, so that the poorest countries can increase this proportion to a significant higher level. And again, we have also the comparison between feed and what is food. And most of the grain following to low-income countries is food, but still a lot of feed is moving out of the system. Now, in the next year, what we will observe from the conflict in Ukraine is that a country that was a key exporter of wheat and maize and also sunflower will reduce substantially their production because of the war, and will reduce as a consequence their exports. So we are talking that we need a supply response of other countries of around 40%. And we believe that that is feasible. We believe that countries like Canada, which are recovering enormously in terms of their supply of wheat, and the US and Australia and other key exporters, Brazil, Argentina, will be able to compensate a significant share of this. So the prospect is not so bad in wheat and maize and soybeans, but still, of course, there is one major challenge and one major problem, which is how rice will evolve over time. And why so important? Because rice has been extremely well in this year. So for this year, we believe there is only a problem of food access. and rice has
So
performed
that's
extremely
15
well.
minutes, Maximo, 15
Sure.
minutes.
Sure, in 2 minutes I finish. We believe there is a problem of food access, and that's why we need to comply. But next year could be a problem of food availability, and our major concern is rice. And the reason is simple, is the fertilizer challenge. Why fertilizers are so complicated is because there is high concentration on fertilizer market. And Russia Federation is the first exporter of nitrogen, the second of potassium, and the third of phosphorus. And because of the restrictions, this has created an exacerbation on the price of natural gas, which is directly linked to the production of nitrogen. And what is the consequence of this? Of these increases in these different levels of prices is affordability to farmers. Affordability of farmers have decreased substantially, meaning the price of food has increased faster than what farmers can afford. And this won't be resolved in the short term, because the fertilizer industry in Europe, for example, of nitrogen production has been basically collapsed. And that means Europe, which used to be an exporter, will become an importer. And we don't have, at this point, other alternatives to natural gas. So therefore, we will see this problem of affordability to keep increasing. And the consequence could be substantial to certain parts of the world. And this is basically showing projections based on the estimated supply gaps by FAO, or what will be the effect in terms of production. Dark blue is low levels, 10% reduction on yields, but the lighter the color, the higher the reduction that we will expect in production. And therefore, this could have a significant impact on what we do and what will be the potential food availability for next years. So briefly, in terms of access to healthy diets, we need to understand that countries start at different points. But all these effects that I have been explaining today will have an impact on Asian countries in access to healthy diets. And we need to assess that carefully to be able to assure that we have higher resilience. So let me just finalize with what should we do? And very briefly, David, that will take 1.5 minutes. First, some past policies favorable to agri-food system transformation require a greater investment in research and development, irrigation, after the early 1970s crisis. Other policies were unfavorable. That could create disintegration, could create distortions, expanded production support, and focus on primary production. And here's where we need to change. Why? Because trade matters. And we need to avoid expensive subsidies to fertilizers, especially in a situation where we have a supply restriction. And we need to build resilience, and that requires increasing diversity in the agri-food systems, diversity in the domestic production, in imports, and in supply chains. And for that, we need to carefully reallocate producer support. We need to decouple payments targeted to most vulnerable food producers, and expenditures should focus on the aims and give the incentives to what we want to achieve through the better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better lives. We need to create a shift towards access to healthy diets. So those are core elements of any transformation that we need to have in mind. And for that, we need to carefully assess the portfolios of policies in a system that we are seeing every day now that is completely linked to health, is linked to energy, is linked to finance. We need to take into account that system and set up the portfolio of policies that will accelerate the process of transformation, but with the minimum trade-offs. And this is essential, because if we want to minimize effects of our environment, we need to take into account those. We also need to take into account the policies for environment, how they will affect hunger, and what trade-offs will create on hunger. So this portfolio approach, we believe, is central at this point, and is something that we need to carefully assess so that we can understand the trade-offs of the choices we made to be able to create the transformation that we're looking for. Let me stop there, David, and sorry for taking a little bit long.
Well, everybody, I really would like us all to give the strongest possible applause for what, in my view, is a masterful presentation of the issues we need to address in this symposium. And Maximo, I'm sorry that we had to rush you, because those last slides on how to avoid missteps and the kind of multiple policies that are needed and the trade-offs that governments are going to have to cope with as they implement these policies need to be with us as we go through the discussion. Thank you again, Maximo. And I'd just like to ask on behalf of everybody if we can access your slides so that we can look at them at our leisure.
Sure, David.
Now we've got Thank you very much. We've got 5 country perspectives. I'd like to ask each minister, if you possibly can, to stick to a maximum of 7 minutes. Otherwise, we will not be able to stick to time. And I know that's difficult. Our first presentation comes from His Excellency Mr. Hien Van Han, Secretary of State and Vice Minister for Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries of Cambodia. And I'm sorry for shortening you, but I'll tell you when you are 7 minutes.
Better to stand, maybe fast.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
I see what you did.
Okay. Excellency Tu Quang Yu, Dong Yu, Director General of FAO, Excellency Jin Kim, Assistant Director General and Regional Representative of FAO, Excellency distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, member of the conference. On behalf of the Royal Government of Cambodia and the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, I would like to sincerely thank to FAO for our excellent partnership and support to Cambodia and MAF. This is a good time to draw our attention to the decade of action. We call for accelerating practical and strategic solution to address the COVID-19 pandemics and sprinkling food, energy, and fertilizer prior to the Russia-Ukraine conflicts. Climate change, food insecurity, and the disruption of food supply and demand chain still remain to be done. We all know too well that we have to achieve, but we need our spirit of solidarity, commitment, and unity to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal. In Cambodia, MAF and FAO have been implementing the country programming framework 2019-2023, reflecting our joint effort to increase farmer household income and create a prosperity and welfare for the Cambodian people through new approach to farming system, shifting from extensive to intensive practice for better agricultural productivity and diversification to meet local and international market demand. Excellency Chairman, all members of the conference, food and nutrient security is the foundation for economic growth and human capital and social development, securing and virtuous cycle of preserving peace and stability in the spirit of unity and solidarity, reducing conflicts, enhancing social cohesion, and rebuilding social trust. Building the broader human security is challenging for country in the time of conflict, global crisis, including the COVID-19 pandemics and increasing geopotential tension, recognizing what none of us will escape climate change and the increasing climate risk for food production. The latest global report on the state of food security and nutrition, released joined by the FAO and the UN agency, show that 1.15 billion people, or 25% of population in Asia and Pacific, experienced moderate or severe food insecurity in 2021. This is largely due to the disaster of the humankind own making and the threat to the security and food
security are climbing ever higher. In Cambodia, agriculture is recognized as the backbone of the country economic development, contributing 20.8% to the national GDP. Cambodia poverty decreased from 53% in 2004 to 13.5% in 2014, and is now expected to be below 10%. More than 60% of poverty elevation from 2007-2011 resulted from the positive development in agriculture. The share of the agricultural subsector in total agricultural production in Cambodia over the last 10 years demonstrate that crop production is the largest share, consisting of 58% to 59% of the total. Fisheries stand in second place with a share of 22% to 24%, 11% for livestock production, and 6.7% to 7% for forestry production. However, Cambodia faced challenge with food insecurity despite the very substantial gain made in food production over the past decade. Our progress in the fight against hunger has faced several challenges over the recent year, especially in the face of price shock for food, fuel, fertilizer, feed, and finance that are rocking the globe and affecting especially the world most vulnerable. The labor force has been leaving the agriculture sector in Cambodia to find the new opportunity, notably in urban areas. The share of agricultural labor dropped from 54% of the total labor force in 2010 to 36% in 2018. And it forecast for further decrease to around 23 to 25% by 2030. This dramatic change emphasizes the need to mechanize agricultural practice to find solutions to water and irrigation issues, to improve infrastructure to achieve production and productivity increase. Access to market also remains a major issue for the smallholder farmer. There is a crucial need for creating the better business environment for farmers, for example, through mutual beneficial contract farming and better market information service, in addition to agricultural market facilitation. Excellency Chairman, all members of the conference. Cambodia has already aligned national agricultural policy and strategy with the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal. The royal government of Cambodia have the long-term vision and transform Cambodia in order to become an upper middle income country by 2030 and a high income country in 2050. To achieve the vision, the MAP have established 6 important strategic objectives as stated in the Agricultural Development Policy 2021-2030 and the Actionable Agricultural Strategic Master Plan 2030. The first is to enhance the competitiveness of the agricultural value chain. And this, then the second is in the next 10 years, we will also strengthen the supporting infrastructure for increasing trade facilitation. And the third is to promote sustainable land and forestry and fishery resource management. And the fourth is capacity building, institutional and human capacity development to support. And
We are now faced with the challenge and disruption that the COVID-19 crisis brought to our country, to the region in the world. So the field of this activity is to help farmers to recover from this impact. Last but not least, the sixth one is strategic objective. We recognize that partnership, coordination, and participation from all concerned ministry institutions in the countries. Looking to our region, as Cambodia is the chair of ASEAN 2022, Cambodia will continue to set an example in the region to delivering better outcome for food and nutrient security, calling on support of the international community and addressing our shared challenge to improve food system for the sustainability of people, planet, and prosperity. Finally, as the country move to upper middle income country status by 2030, agri-food system will serve as the critical foundation for sustainable development and the elimination of all forms of the malnutrition, hunger, and poverty, ensuring that no one left behind. I wish Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good health and success. Thank you for your attention.
Minister, that was just absolutely brilliant, the way you managed to bring the way you're moving in Cambodia to be a middle-income country, and to reflect the crisis. Thank you. And I mean, it's very frustrating because I had to slightly rush His Excellency, but I hope that you noted how it all fitted together. And I want to say how delighted we are with the way in which Cambodia responded to the Food System Summit with a brilliant national pathway, which I found excellently summarized there. And now I'd like to move to His Excellency, Mr. Tsunoda Hideo, Parliamentary Vice Minister for Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries from Japan. Minister, I can see you. Welcome. If you can keep to 7 minutes, that would be great. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to express my views today. I'm Tsunoda Hideo, Parliamentary Vice Minister for Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries of Japan. It's an honor for me to be able to participate in this meeting with people of Asia Pacific. I would like to thank all of you for your hard work to hold this event. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and frequent natural disasters are jeopardizing the stability of global food supply. In addition, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which has brought the disruption of production and trade of food and agricultural materials such as fertilizers, raised their prices and further exacerbated the global food crisis. And Japan strongly condemns Russia. In this context, sustainable food systems, which was discussed at the UN Food Systems Summit last year, became even more important. Also, the agenda of ensuring food security was discussed among world leaders in the high-level week of this year's UN General Assembly. And we should not stop working and moving towards solving these challenges we are facing. For global food security, export restrictions should be kept to a bare minimum so that the trade of food and other goods will not be hindered. It is important to ensure the transparency of trade in food and other commodities through utilizing impartial statistical information from international organizations such as the Agricultural Market Information System, AMIS, and the International Grains Council, IGC. In addition, the sustainable use of regional resources such as farmland in each country and region contributes to strengthening food security not only in that country, but also around the world. And I am aware that Thailand and ASEAN countries are promoting the BCG, Biocircular Green Economic Model, which aims at sustainable and circular economic growth through the effective use of natural resources. Last year, Japan formulated the strategy for sustainable food systems, that's medium long-term strategy, which aims to achieve both productivity growth and sustainability through innovation. In this strategy, we are promoting the reduction of environmental load and creating circular production systems. For example, in Japan, securing a stable supply of chemical fertilizers, which depends on imports, is a major issue. Many regions, including Chiba Prefecture that I represent, are working to promote sustainable and resource recycling agriculture while balancing fertilizers price hikes. And these efforts include composting livestock waste, recovering fertilizer ingredients from sewage sludge, and properly applying fertilizer based on soil diagnostics. And also, the private sectors in Japan are making efforts to promote circular production systems. For example, Ajinomoto, a Japanese major food company that will give a presentation the day after tomorrow, produces a seasoning in Thailand from cassava. The co-products generated in the process are used as raw materials to manufacture fertilizer, which is then returned to local producers of cassava. There is no one-size-fits-all solution to the transformation of food systems. It's important that various parties work together to find an optimal solution, taking into account the challenges of each country, natural conditions, and agriculture patterns. Under these circumstances, the ASEAN region and Japan have commonalities such as hot and humid climate, which require different approaches from other regions with different climate conditions. For this reason, Japan will work in collaboration with others countries to establish and disseminate technologies necessary for transforming food systems that can be shared in the ASEAN region and elsewhere. In September this year, Japan concluded the Memorandum of Cooperation with the Asian Development Bank to strengthen cooperation in promoting sustainable and resilient food and agriculture systems in the Asia-Pacific region. As we'll assume the G7 presidency next year, and taking this opportunity, Japan intends to further contribute to building sustainable food systems and resilient food security in cooperation with diverse stakeholders. We hope that this symposium will serve as a forum for sharing knowledge and experiences that contributes to food security in the region. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
And Japan is another country, ladies and gentlemen, that has produced a really brilliant pathway, like Cambodia, at a Food Systems Summit. And it was great to hear His Excellency Tsunoda Hideo describe how that work is being taken forward, particularly with a focus on circular economy, with a focus on innovation, and with a focus on trying to make sure that the food systems are sustainable within national and global contexts. Thank you again, sir. Now we would like to go to hear from Honourable Mr. Lauli Leotea Schmidt, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries of Samoa. Thank you for coming and joining us. You have the floor. I will tell you when 7 minutes is up, sir.
Good afternoon for those who just joined in. And I also acknowledge the presence here of Ms. Simona, our UN representative in our country. Master of Ceremony, it took me 48 hours to come here. A long way from home, and I didn't expect to speak only 7 minutes. Anyhow, I will be very short, sweet, and tasty. Dr. Yu Rong-yu, FAO Director General, Your Excellency, Ministerial colleagues, distinguished delegates of FAO colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege for me to deliver the country perspective on behalf of our government. Our country, Samoa. I would like to thank the government of Thailand for hosting this symposium and for the hospitality extended to us during this visit. And I would like to express our appreciation to the organizers of this meeting, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the significant and pairing of the Asia-Pacific region, symbolism of the agri-food system transformation for Samoa cannot be overemphasized. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, food remains our indirect part of our Samoan culture, which ties with our land and ocean. Today, we are living in the unprecedented time due to the triple shocks of the COVID-19 pandemic and the 5F crisis: food, feed, fuel, fertilizers, and finance, and the adverse effects of the climate change. These have resulted in multiple challenges, such as health, economic, environmentally, social, and political, all empowering us to the same time. The triple shocks, equations to amplify many of these challenges, resulting in further reduction of our food and income security. Due to financial pressures, regular disruptions in the food supply, rocket sky pricing of feed, fertilizers, agriculture tools, and equipment fuels, and pronounces of natural disasters. Samoa is currently facing the impact of the multiple challenges has been felt across our small island countries. The notable 50% increase in the price of seeds, fertilizers, and other agricultural inputs, such as tool equipment, has been recorded in the last 12 months. Food inflation has climbed up to 11.5% in August 2022. And we foresee further increases in the coming months. Excellencies, since no Pacific state is immune to the impact of the triple crisis, the call for action is vital, and the global food system is at very critical stage. The Food System Summit has last year mobilized the global community to discuss key issue challenges and to find transformative solutions. Samoa was pleased to be part of this important summit, which encouraged multi-dimensions which review the experience of our collective transformational actions. Samoa Food System Pathway 2030 identified 14 pathway actions to transform our food security for a resilient, healthy Samoa. I would like to reiterate the Honorable Prime Minister of Samoa address to the 77th session to the General Assembly of the United Nations on the 23rd of September 2022. She stated that for Pacific communities, the main challenges is to cure action for survival. And we need to shoulder our responsibility and play our part. Let me say this again. We need to shoulder our responsibility and play our part. Also, Samoa 5-year National Development Plan called the Pathway for Development of Samoa 2022-2026 highlighted the importance of the rapid, sustainable agriculture, fishery, and agriculture sector, which will create employment, improve our food and nutrition security, and reduce resilience on food imports. Excellency, our common agenda today is to call for the tackle of action now to accelerate the transformation of our agriculture system, since the impact of the triple crisis may take over longer to recover. Samoa would also like to acknowledge with great gratitude the ongoing financial technical support of the FAO through our FAO Sub-Regional Office in the Pacific, UN Regional Coordinator in Office in Apia, and all other UN agency development partners who have assisted us bilaterally, regionally, internationally. I would also like to remind our gathering today, for that time periodically is over. Let us be proactive and assistive in transformation of our food, agri-food system, and classify to bring about the real challenges to the lives of our Asian Pacific people, for whom today symbolically is all about. We need to be thankful financiers to help us, and during this time of finance and implementation of our national priorities, including 14 priorities of our national food system pathway. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of urgent work to do in the next few months, but a work that is critical for our effort to move forward for a Pacific community. Samoa is committed to work in collaboration with all the parties for the transformation action for the agri-food system. Thank you.
So, Honourable Minister, you came all the way, and it was only 7 minutes, but I don't think anybody in this room is left in any doubt as to the seriousness of the challenges faced by Samoa and other Pacific islands in the face of the multiple crises that are underway. And we heard you say very clearly that you shoulder your responsibility, you play your part, but you need the rest of the world to act with you. I'd like to acknowledge the presence here of the United Nations resident coordinator in Samoa, Simona Marinescu. We now move to the next presentation from His Excellency Mr. Lee Quoc Doan, Vice Minister for Agriculture and Rural Development, Vietnam, who's joining us on Zoom. Hello, Minister. Thank you for joining us. And if you can do it in 7 minutes, starting now, that would be great. Thank you.
His Excellency, the Chairperson of the High-Level Section, distinguished Minister, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the Food and Agriculture Organization for inviting me to address this high-level section on impact of the pandemic and the 5F crisis and catalyst for agri-food system transformation. Mr. Chairman, as the COVID-19 pandemic, current 5F crisis and climate change have exacerbated the weakness and shortcoming in the global food system. Countries need to strengthen partnership to promote the sustainability and adaptability of national agri-food system in the new normal context, where farmer and producer, processor, distributor, and consumer are at the center. Sustainable agriculture and food security are among the pillars of Vietnam's social and economic development strategy from 2021 to 2030, in which we prioritize the development of eco-farming, high-tech, low-emission, and climate-resilient agriculture associated with the livelihood improvement for rural residents. And we are committed to the transition to a transparent, responsible, and sustainable agri-food system. The government of Vietnam is also well aware the need to close coordination among the nation and actors in the agri-food system to create deep and wide changes in the entire system. This will help us better for poverty reduction, food and nutrition security, and livelihood of rural residents, especially for ethnic minority and vulnerable group, women and children. Distinguished delegate, to catalyze agri-food system transformation, I would like to propose the following area for cooperation. First, we must maintain stable and smooth operation of agricultural supply chain globally, continue to minimize unnecessary barriers to food production and export, to enhance value chain connectivity, reduce food loss and waste, promote e-commerce, and reform the system of traceability, logistics, transport, and quality control. Vietnam wishes to collaborate with all stakeholders and promote agricultural trade as the fundamental basic for regional and global food security. Second, the green and digital transformation of agriculture along with the more formless approach is an urgent need. Therefore, financial, technological, and capacity building assistance for developing countries is the critical for transition to more multiply value, more sustainable, and climate resilient agri-food system. Vietnam stands ready to become a food innovation center in Southeast Asia, and we continue to actively join initiatives on innovation, inclusive, digital, and green transformation in the agricultural sector. Third, private sector should be encouraged to make responsible investment and innovatively and effectively utilize technological advance. We should also better develop an upscaling public-private partnership model. Fourth, we need to expand international cooperation in agricultural research and development, strengthening early warning system for natural disaster and disease. It is also necessary to further strengthen platform for partnership and cooperation in information sharing in sustainable management of natural resources, including transboundary water resources, marine resources, and strengthening the South-South cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we really need joint action to deal with consequences the COVID-19 pandemic, the 5F crisis in the new normal context. Vietnam is committed to working closely with partners around the world in the fight against the pandemic, the 5F crisis, and on the path toward sustainable and inclusive recovery, including green and sustainable agri-food system. Finally, I would like to inform you that within on Parallel Network Sustainable Food System Program, Vietnam will host the fourth global conference of FS program planned to take place in the second half of April 2023. We welcome the technical and financial support for the conference, including input to the development of the program, communication, plan, and outcome document. Thank you very much for kind attention.
Thank you very much indeed for your very clear presentation from Vietnam, Vice Minister Lee Quoc Doan. Just to say that Vietnam had some amazing dialogues and has done a lot of work to develop plans for sustainable food systems, and these were laid out very clearly in front of us, and we look forward to continuing to work with you on this agenda. We now move to a presentation from His Excellency Mr. Lord Pho, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Forests of the Kingdom of Tonga. If we could play that presentation now, thank you very much indeed.
Mr. Chairman, Director General of FAO, Honorable Ministers and Head of Delegations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, since March the year 2020, the Tongan government had imposed a prevention strategy for COVID-19 virus pandemic. This strategy implemented an emergency restriction of international flight and shipping. In February this year, the Omicron variant of the COVID-19 virus had finally arrived in Tonga, causing further quarantine and lockdown restrictions. The result of this greatly limited international excursions is to not further spread the virus. With the volcanic eruption on the 15th of January from the marine Hunga Hapai volcano, a subsequent tsunami and volcanic ash had devastated many of Tonga's islands. The damage estimates a total of approximately 90 million US dollars and 20 million US dollars to the agriculture sector. Some extent of the COVID-19 pandemic and the volcanic eruption to the F-5, food, feed, fuel, fertilizer, and finance are reflected by the inflated prices of goods and reduced supply of imported food, feed, fertilizer, and fuel. The pandemic and eruption had also affected the income of money to Tonga household. Regarding the remittances sent from Tongan family and friends overseas, in response to this, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Forest intends on increasing local food production such as livestock, crops, and vegetables for our local and export markets. This was executed with the cooperation of subsidized land preparations and assistance regarding the provision of planting materials. These materials consisting of fruit, trees, and vegetable seedlings, as well as 14-day-old chicks, were targeted towards households below the national poverty threshold. To continue supporting such households, a food security and livelihood program had been established earlier within February this year to assist tsunami-stricken villages and evacuated communities affected by the Hunga Hapai volcano eruption. The program attracted the attention of international donor agencies, religious organizations, and Tongan communities. Therefore, receiving large quantities of food aid, the ministry's recovery program for the island concerns itself in similar fashion to the food security and livelihood project in aiding Tonga through distributing subsidized land, preparations, assistance in the provision of planting materials, and providing equipment such as wheelbarrows and other farming tools to communities of remote islands. This program prioritizes women in vegetable production and poultry rearing in urban residential homes in the Tautu'u farming groups within Tongan villages because of their internal assistance to weaker members. During this COVID-19 epidemic, in preparation for any forthcoming natural disasters, Tonga firmly believes that agriculture is the key to its agri-food system transformation for developing food security and livelihood. To accomplish such feat, Tonga seeks assistance to fulfill its ambition towards producing and processing locally cultivated livestock and crops into processed food for emergency situations. Our focus is to expand the Tautu'u population within rural communities and increase food production in urban neighborhoods run by women. With all sincerity, Mr. Chairman, I wish this Asia-Pacific Symposium regarding the agri-food system transformation every success in being inclusive, innovative, and productive. Thank you.
So we really do thank His Excellency Mr. Lord Fohe, Minister of Agriculture, Foods and Forests of the Kingdom of Tonga. I think we all remember the incredible suffering of the people of that country as a result of the volcano on the 15th of January this year. Now we're tight on time, but I would like to still give you 4 points of summary from what you've heard in these excellent country perspectives that we've had. Number one, food systems transformation is well underway in the 5 countries that we have heard from. Number two, there are new shocks and threats that have to be taken into account. They are providing additional exposures to countries, to peoples, and indeed to different aspects of the agri-food systems. Number three, multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder working is key to moving forward. And number four, the pathways are being adapted so that there is an increased focus on local production, on diverse and quality diets, on enabling poorer farmers and indeed poorer people to access what they need. The key words that keep coming through are resilience and involvement of all through partnership. And I was also wanting to stress the focus on the role of women, women farmers in particular, that you heard in the Tonga statement. Could we please have a big hand for the panel? And we will now hand over to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you, David, for your able facilitation. We'll now just start the next panel. And this panel will be facilitated by Stefanos Fotouhi, who is the Director of the Division of the SDGs at FAO headquarters in Rome. He's also the Director of the UN Food Systems Summit Hub, which is now the nodal agency for carrying forward the process of transformation. We are also pleased to invite Her Excellency, the Minister from the Federative States of Micronesia, to the stage. And we also have acknowledged the presence of the Honorable Minister from Timor-Leste. And thank you very much, sir, for being here. I'll now hand over the proceedings to Stefanos. Over to you, Stefanos.
Sridhar, thank you very much, and congratulations, JJ, for putting this symposium together. For me, it means a lot. I think it's the first time I'm coming to a symposium in Asia that has to do with the food system follow-up. And you know, some of you, how big Asia is in my heart. I spent 12 years of my professional career here, 6 years in UNEP, 6 years in ESCAP, and I'm very pleased to be back in this place. As Sridhar said, I'm the director of the Office of SDGs and also the director of the UN Food System Coordination Hub. And when we started putting the hub together, the first thing that we have done was to conduct a survey with the countries and understand what kind of support the countries need on their follow-up to the Food System Summit. And I want to give you 3 numbers from this survey. One was the amazing response we got. We got an 86% response rate. And I think that says a lot. And you know, all of us in the UN system, sometimes we have a response rate of 20, 25% and we're happy. We had 86% of the countries with the pathways responded to the survey. The second is, what was number 1 need that the countries asked? You know all. It was support to leverage resources and investment for food system transformations. 74% of the countries, they said that this is the number 1 action. Now, the third number, stepping into the follow-up and the work that the Food Systems Coordination Hub is doing, which all of our work is based on the results of this survey. We also put the countries together once every month, together with David Nabarro. We organize the Food System Solution Dialogues. And the only area for which the countries said that we want not only one, but multiple dialogues is the area of finance, with actually, I would say, also a focus on private sector finance. So, as David said, pathways are happening, implementation is happening, and the countries, they know what they need. They need to operationalize the plans, they need to put the money behind, and they need to make investments for this. So in this session, I'm really very happy that we will kick it off with a presentation from Martin van Nieuwkoop, the Global Director of Agriculture and Food in the World Bank, which it plays a very big role on the Food System Summit follow-up, because it was the World Bank that came up with the new food finance architecture. And now we try with your colleagues and IFAD, Martin, to make this happen. So the floor is yours.
Very good. Thank you very much, Stefanos. Let me see how I get this presentation on. Okay, there it is. Very good. Greetings, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here, actually in person, and I'm also very pleased to be able to provide a few reflections about the why, the what, and the how about investing in agri-food systems. Let me start by saying that our food systems and a global food system is not fit for purpose. I mean, food system, of course, could contribute, to a healthy economy by being a driver of inclusive growth. They could contribute to a healthy people by providing healthy diets, of course, which are directly related to the quality of human capital. And of course, food systems could contribute to a healthy planet by providing nature-based solutions. And of course, right now, there's a big gap, between what the food system can do and the reality on the ground, as indicated by the last column on this slide. SDG 1 on poverty, SDG 2 on food security is out of reach. Both of them are out of reach by 2030. 1/3 of agriculture production is lost or wasted. The sector contributes 25% of greenhouse gas emissions. It's the biggest driver of biodiversity loss, as already has been said. And it's a very important source of air pollution. Now, if you add it all up, I mean, those costs are actually massive. And actually for the UN Food System Summit, I mean, estimates were made, and it's estimated that the global food system generates about $12 trillion in hidden costs associated with hidden social, economic, and environmental costs each year. And to put it into context, and this is a big number, $12 trillion in hidden costs, I mean, the market value of the global food system is estimated about $10 trillion per year. For that reason, we're saying that the social costs outweigh the market value of the global food system. Now, with a food system that's not fit for purpose, and all the sobering reality actually is that the world food system is that the medium and long-term challenges are really, really daunting. And there are a few challenges there. I mean, the first challenge is that the food system will need to be able to feed 2 billion people more by 2050 for a total of 10 billion people. The second challenge is that with business as usual, this increase in food production will actually cause 600 million hectares of additional deforestation. And of course, this needs to be avoided. And the third challenge is, of course, that the greenhouse gas emissions from the sector need to be significantly reduced. I mean, currently there are 12 gigatons per year. In order to be in line with the Paris Agreement, they need to be reduced to 4 gigatons per year. But with business as usual, they actually will increase to 15 gigatons per year. So a food system not fit for purpose with enormous challenges ahead. Also, as already been said, Maximo talked about it as well, while addressing these risks, the risk of climate-related stresses is already increasing as we speak. It's a harsh reality on the ground for many farmers around the world already. The most recent IPCC reports are also very clear that the climate change that is happening is much more profound and much more rapidly than actually projected. And we see this playing out in the increased frequency of drought in Africa, the increased frequency and impacts of pests and diseases, already mentioned before, including zoonotic diseases. And also very worrisome is actually the latest reports, indicating there are 15 tipping points in the world, and the latest climate science is actually saying that the world is heading towards actually breaching 6 of those tipping points, even with temperatures below 2 degrees centigrade, which actually puts into question to what extent, what the Paris Agreement is saying about 2 degrees, that actually a 2 degrees centigrade increase is also not safe. Now, what needs to happen? Clearly, considering that the global food system is not fit for purpose, the vision then is that there is a need for a fundamental transformation for a food system that truly supports healthy people, a healthy planet, and a healthy economy. And in order to do so, there's need for multiple transitions that need to happen. That are indicated on this slide as well. A fundamental shift of currently volatile, unsustainable, and inequitable growth, towards green, resilient, and inclusive food systems. What I say, there are a number of transitions that need to be happen. They all need to be happen. This is not pick and choose. The countries will need to take the lead in this regard. And due to its complexity and considering the political sensitivities, clearly this will not be easy. At the same time, as right now climate change is already unfolding, as I said, much more rapidly than projected, with approaching tipping points. The world is actually getting uncomfortably close to those tipping points, and therefore the sobering reality is that the time window for change is closing, and therefore that business as usual is no longer an option, and we need to go beyond business as usual. Now, to successfully transform the global food system, then the question then is, what would it cost? We have done some calculations as part of the Food and Land Use Coalition, also leading up to the UN food system. Various calculations have been done. So addressing the system's wider global impacts, including keeping global warming below 1.5 degrees and protecting nature, the estimate is that about $350 to $400 million annually is needed in investments. At the same time, this is a huge amount. At the same time, the assessment was also very clear that not acting would cost even more. And a calculation that we did also showed, that successful transformation would actually generate, significant returns. That's the positive news. The total economic gains to society could reach about $5.7 trillion a year by 2030 and $10.5 trillion a year by 2050. Also, new business opportunity would emerge, including from tackling food loss, creating new value chains for generating regenerative agriculture, and shifting, to healthy diets. And those business opportunities, according to that study, are worth about $4.5 trillion a year by 2030. So there is a very strong business case, for food system transformation. I think that's a very important conclusion. Now, another important message is that the needed envelope for food system transformation is too big to be carried by a single institution, including the World Bank. As you can see from this slide, the bank has significantly increased its financing for food security, including scaling up social safety nets. But while this number is big, it falls very much short of the 300 to 400 billion per year that is needed. So accordingly, there is need for leverage, and there is need for, as David was saying also, the previous panel, there is need for collaboration among all stakeholders. Nobody can do it alone. We need to collaborate. A sobering reality is also mentioned by Maximo, that countries' current ability to invest is seriously undermined by growing debt, growing fiscal stress, fiscal balances, low reserves, high public debt, which makes it actually for countries very difficult to step up and make the investments that are needed to put the food system on a more resilient, green and inclusive footing. So what needs to happen? In this respect, we see a major opportunity, to take a hard look at the current public support, to agriculture being one of the most sectors, that is receiving public support. The data that we have indicates, that subsidies to producers about $568 billion per year. Only a very small fraction of this support is geared towards public goods and services, or provided as green subsidies. The vast majority is actually provided as direct or indirect support, causing actually many technical and allocative inefficiencies, as well as negative environmental externalities. We estimated about 65% of existing public support distorts producer incentives and are therefore one of the underlying causes of the massive hidden cost of the food system. Also, because of the increased production risks caused by climate change, there's also the question to what extent existing public support actually serves the farmer. What's the value of a fertilizer subsidy when the farmer's crop is actually destroyed by drought or by flood or by a heat wave? So considering this, we think there's a massive opportunity to repurpose existing public support, for better, resilient, greener outcomes, and provide better incentives, to farmers to invest in climate smart agriculture, and better incentive for the private sector to invest in greening supply chains. And related to this also, as was mentioned in the previous panel, there's a strong need, to take a hard look at the quality of private sector financing in agriculture. There's a major issue there when it comes to what extent those private sector meet acceptable ESG standards. Also a point that we are looking at very closely. This agenda is also very much relevant, for East Asia. As you can see, public support in some countries in East Asia is actually among the highest in the world, and therefore the repurposing agenda that I just pointed out is actually very relevant, for East Asia as well. There's need for a new food systems architecture. For that reason, we did a lot of work together. The bank did a lot of work together with the IFPRI and the Food and Land Use Coalition, and leading up, to the UN Food Systems Summit, where we put forward a new food systems finance architecture, coming up with 5 financing imperatives that are indicated here on the slide: reshaping public support and incentives, integrating health, environment, and social risks, scaling fit-for-purpose financial products, securing equitable food systems, and strengthening food governance and stability. And I think The idea is that mainstreaming these food finance imperatives would then shift, both the public and the private financing away from the capital intensive, environmentally damaging, high input assets in linear value chains towards knowledge-based, regenerative and circular business models that are driven by value rather than by volume and are more resilient, human scale, diversified and in balance with nature. Very quickly, in the bank, we are working very hard actually to kind of see how we can build in, this opportunity of leveraging the public sector and the private sector in our own financing. We have actually a dedicated multi-donor trust fund called Food Systems 2030 that actually is providing catalytic financing for making this happen by supporting very upfront engagement in countries. Right now we're working in about 23 countries actually to kind of plant the seeds and work with governments in making repurposing public support to agriculture a reality, and by doing so also improve the quality of private sector financing. And that brings me to my last point of my presentation. We think that a compact between public and private sector for crowding in private sector investments is very critical. And the idea of this compact is that the public sector, the almost $600 billion that I was talking about, is that the public sector would repurpose public support towards de-risking private sector investments in green and more inclusive and resilient value chains, while in return, the private sector who benefit from those de-risking arrangements would actually then raise, the ESG standards under which they make those investments, thereby improving the quality of those private sector investments. So I would like to invite very much, the ministers of agriculture who are present here and who are actually listening on Zoom, to explore those kind of compacts in their respective countries. And we at the World Bank are very much happy and pleased and ready, to work with you in making this compact a reality in your country if you would be interested in doing so. That's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Martin. And from all these extremely important figures that you have put on the table, I would like to comment one, and it's the $300 to $350 billion that you need to fix the 10 transformations per year. Fine. And we had this discussion, I think, Nicole, 1 week ago when we have done the session with the Convention on Finance. And they said, this is a lot of money. And I say, yes, 350 billion is a lot of money. But I compare it with another figure I got from the internet. The annual value of the global beauty and personal care products is 534 billion per year. So my point is the following. If there is a market for beauty and personal care products, which is a good market, yes, that could generate profits and can go up to $500 billion per year, it should be very easy to make a market for 350 billion per year that it will fix the system, and it will probably use part of the 586 billions, I think you said, they go for subsidies and distortion. So thank you very much. I would like now to give the floor to the countries to update us on their progress with implementing the UN food system pathways. And first, I would like to connect with the dear country of Bhutan, and kindly invite His Excellency, Mr. Lyompo Yesey Penyo, Minister of Agriculture and Forest in Bhutan, to take the floor. Minister, the floor is yours for the next 7 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanus, for the opportunity. And Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is once again a privilege for me to get the opportunity to speak for the second time today in this very important forum, the regional forum that is being organized by the Food and Agriculture Organization. With me, I bring to you once again the very best wishes and the fervent greetings from His Majesty the King, the Honorable Prime Minister, and the people of Bhutan. the agricultural agri-food transformation is, I think, if not late, it is not early. I think it is urgently needed transformation system for the food and nutrition security of the global community. If I may quote or if I may had the words of the FAO, I think we have already suffered from the twin shocks of the pandemic, the social and the economic shocks of the pandemic, and we are continuing to suffer from the 5 Fs, the food, fuel, fertilizer, the finance, and the feeds. And as it is, we are continuously suffering from the impacts of the climate change and the warfare of the countries. The food security is highly impacted by the climate change and also by the warfare in other countries. On that note, I think it has been very important and very urgent that we need to transform our agri-food systems for national food security as well as for the global food security. At the national level for Bhutan, we have embarked on a transformation within ourselves. We have been continuing with the subsistence farming, and now we are transforming from subsistence farming to commercial farming. We have been production-driven marketing, and now we are transforming from production-driven market to from market-driven production. Meaning that for import-dependent country like Bhutan, for a landlocked and a mountainous country like Bhutan, we need to be very careful in both the food resources production as well as utilization of the food resources, and at the same time in the distribution of the food resources. While we acknowledge that everything that we need cannot be produced within ourselves, but then we need to prioritize the crops that we can produce in excess and export, and then pay for the import that we need to depend on. On those note, again, to adapt ourselves to climate change, to also benefit the global community by committing to remain carbon neutral. We are transforming from our business as usual economic activities to a low emission development strategy movement. Through all this overall, the transformation missions, we have actually, with the support from the FAO, we have developed 8-fold food path, which we have presented to the UN systems through FAO, and we will be pursuing. Our pathways will be guided by this 8-fold pathways when it comes to food security. But then it is very important for all our development partners and the multinational agencies to note that Bhutan is LDC. We are definitely targeting to graduate from LDCs to low economic developing country by 2023, but that does not mean that everything is comfortable in our systems. While the policies are very ambitious, while our commitment is very strong, we continue to depend on the financial and technological support from our partners. We are very fortunate that the multinational agencies and the goodwill partners at a bilateral relations with many countries are benefiting us, but then there's definitely a room to elevate and escalate the support that we are receiving. Should there be enough technological and financial support from our development partners, Bhutan will commit to continue setting examples on the environment conservation, on food security, and more so on the to live with the principles of the gross national happiness that the UN agencies have already highlighted in for the communication to the global community. I would not like to talk much for the reason that Bhutan believes in actions. Bhutan believes in results than the statements and the false promises. So I would like with this, I would like to conclude my statement by once again submitting our sincere hope that all the development partners will continue to support us. In the region, we will have a stronger cooperation to work in a regional move, in a team spirit, so that the national, the national as well as the regional and the global food and nutrition security is ensured. Thank you, and Tashtele.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Minister. And I would like to really congratulate you, because many times I listen to climate change from your mouth, and I think that this is a most important item to take into consideration when it comes to the food system transformations. And we get your message that with technological and financial support, Bhutan can really thrive. And I can attest to this room. I'm very privileged because I had the opportunity twice in the past to work with your country. Once when your country was putting together a strategy on sustainable consumption and production, and a couple of years ago when you were putting your Renew environmental strategy, and with very little support provided by the UN agencies at that point, I know how much you have achieved and how much you are committing to this. So thank you very much, Minister. I will now go to Her Excellency, Honorable Ms. Elena Akinaga, Secretary for Department of Resources and Development from the Federal State of Micronesia, to take the floor. Madam, the floor is yours for 7 minutes.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, I bring warm greetings from the Federated States of Micronesia. I would like to thank our hosts for the warm welcome, my appreciation to FAO for the opportunity to address the panel. I have been asked to make my country statement in relation to the topic of translating UN Food System Summit commitments to action. In summary, the FSM has made some progress, but we have not made as much progress as we need to translate our National Food Systems Dialogue into action since presenting our report and list of transformative change enablers to the UN Food Systems Summit in New York in September of last year. Unfortunately, government and community activity in the FSM in 2022 has been handicapped by gaps in senior executive leadership, by the priority accorded by our high-level decision makers to our compact negotiations with the United States, by the late onset of community outbreaks of COVID-19 across the nation, and by regional and international distractions, including the 5F crisis from Europe and regional diplomatic issues. Nevertheless, I hope that my comments today will be constructive and useful to prospective international partners to discern implementation factors that need to be addressed to accelerate effective implementation of our Food System Summit Change Enabler priorities. First of all, though, I want to acknowledge with gratitude the value that we gained from the engagement in the UN Food System Summit and the associated national dialogues that developed our national change enabling priorities. Applying the food system conceptual lens and tools to the food system thematic areas that we prioritize was without doubt deeply enlightening for all FSM stakeholders engaged. From the government side, the application of the food system's conceptual lens compelled us to look up from our typical siloed fixation on single issue, sectoral programs and projects, and compelled us to collectively address the big picture in all its diverse sectoral dimensions. Many times, we were surprised to recognize interconnections that were not otherwise obvious. For both governments and community stakeholders, the food system's analytic construct of identifying macroeconomic system drivers, determinants of food availability, and the role of influencers of food consumption has driven home the social, cultural, and behavioral factors of food consumption. It has highlighted to our stakeholders that the solutions to these challenges in the long term will invariably come from and be embedded in changed community behavior. So to better achieve the dynamic required to seek transformative outcomes, FSM set aside the 5 action tracks proposed by the UN Food System Summit Secretariat as too broad for FSM's purposes, and instead decided on food systems issues that FSM stakeholders would recognize as relevant and capable of being addressed by new community-wide action. We accordingly identified the 3 most relevant themes for FSM's food system at this time as food and health, food and livelihood, and food and security. Food and health is an obvious priority given the extremely high incidence of diabetes and other NCDs in our society. Globally, the Pacific region has the highest rates per capita of obesity and of diabetes, and FSM is one of the higher contributors to that sad statistic. Food and livelihood reflected the initial repercussions of COVID-19 border closures, concerns for food security, and the need for enhanced and sustainable blue-green economic growth for our rural livelihood and equity. Food and security raised long-term social and land use concerns, and we used the growing phenomenon of long-term immigration to the United States as a useful catalyst for this subject area. I was asked to address what assistance we need from FAO and other international partners to implement the outcomes of our national food systems dialogues. These were submitted to the UN. The fact is that we need help in all of the 5 priority transformative change enablers identified by our stakeholders' consultations. 1 was to improve information system for decision-making across all the major food system elements. 2 was to initiate a flexible and responsive innovative system or innovation center to significantly improve all aspects of the food systems, including value-added and more accessible for food supply. 3 is to provide appropriate education, training, and technical value-added and to ensure capacity to support improved food systems. 4, to support communities to establish and maintain appropriate community management and policy advocacy. And 5, underpinning all these foundational programs is the need for government, donor, and community funding, technical and operating commitment to support a long-term, multi-level dialogue process at and across national, state, local, and community levels to address, modify, reinforce, and monitor food systems progress. We acknowledge that transformative change will take time. The fundamental theory of change driving this implementation focus is that a community-level behavioral lens focused on discrete food-related issues that have profound existential relevance for our communities would resonate with those local communities and motivate individual, household, and community responsibility to address those and other food system challenges in more creative and sustainable ways that work in accordance with the overall interests and needs of each community. We have begun to redirect and to obtain new funding projects and programs to achieve some of these change enabler priorities. These include funding to support greater engagement by community level and state level producer organizations, also some funds to improve food education on nutritional values of foods. In line with overall food security interests, we have directed funding to support small-scale local production and supply to address local shortages, and other funds to supply certain production inputs to promote expanded production. What we don't have, though, but that we critically need, is the institutional form and legislative mandate to effect this new theory of change. We need to devise the framework to support communities to establish and maintain appropriate community management and policy advocacy. We also need support to craft and embed a sustained and effective dialogue process. Besides the establishment of the necessary framework and process, our stakeholders also made clear that they want to see visible progress on outputs and outcomes that gives credence to the advantages of this new approach. So significantly, we are expected to find ways to progress data collection and analysis, but this time through the lens of what communities want and need to see in order to reinforce community-level ownership and to appropriately inform community-level action. They also want to see the innovative support mechanisms and relationships that will help us to scan and adopt available regional and global innovations that can apply in FSM to bring relatively quick, meaningful, and demonstrable benefits. Again, to see these progress, to see progress that can justify community confidence and commitment to the new food systems approach, identifying and plucking low-hanging fruit to show proof of the benefit of the new process is an important psychological element of community transformation. These are the areas in which FAO and other external partner support can help us to garner support and commence a process of community responsibility for transformation of our food systems to more effectively address key challenges in our food systems, both those that have afflicted us for too long now, and for those as yet unknown but that will impact us in the future. That is the key message and hope of our stakeholders in their initial dialogues. It won't be easy and it won't happen overnight. We all recognize that. But it is refreshing that this is our community stakeholders themselves that are saying that they must be able to recognize their problems and own their own solutions. We ask you for your help in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, and thank you for highlighting the big value of the national dialogues and the continuation for the national dialogues, and also what you said, and I will paraphrase that, there's not one recipe to fit all, because you had the actionaries, but then you choose your own priorities because this is what goes down to the country. We have two more speakers that they will join online. I'm asking kindly that they try to respect the 7 minutes time. And I will now request His Excellency Mr. Lim Kok Tai, CEO of the Singapore Food Agency, representing Her Excellency Ms. Grace Fu, Minister of the Ministry for Sustainability and the Environment of Singapore, to take the floor. And I want to say here that there's a very nice signal if a food agency is representing a Ministry of Sustainability. Maybe this is the way to see sustainable development happen. So, Mr. Lim Kok Tai, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me first thank FAO for the opportunity of this platform for exchange of views, and Thailand for hosting this forum. This is a very important platform for countries in Asia and the Pacific to discuss our collective response to the twin shocks of COVID-19 and the 5F: food, feed, fuel, fertilizer, and finance. Since the 2021 UN Food System Summit, the call for collective actions to transform the global food systems has become more pressing, with global tensions and conflicts and climate change intensifying these challenges to global food security and systems. It is important to build on the outcomes of the Food System Summit and transform our agri-food systems to build resilience to vulnerabilities, shocks, and stress to our food systems. The key to agri-food system transformation to tackle these challenges is innovation. Building resilience in agri-food systems requires innovation in how we facilitate trade and minimize food supply chain disruptions. Beyond the current point-to-point mode of food transport, there is value to explore innovative ways to increase connectivity between countries, for example, by augmenting the current point-to-point mode of transport for food with other modalities such as transshipment through trusted third countries. Moving from a just-in-time supply chain model to a just-in-case model by setting up regional distribution centers in trusted countries can help to increase overall supply chain resilience. Countries can also leverage on technologies as catalysts to grow more with less and in a more sustainable and resilient manner. This will be critical in an increasingly resource-constrained world. Singapore is leveraging our technology to grow 30% of our nutritional needs locally by 2030. But with just 1% of our land available for agriculture, we must find ways to build capabilities and capacities to grow food in a sustainable, resource-efficient, climate resilience, and productive manner. For example, technologies such as indoor vertical farming increase productivity by significantly increasing yields while using less land. Such farms are controlled growing environments which minimize the impact of climate change and extreme weather. We can also grow food closer to where it is consumed and in urban areas. This approach reduces reliance on extended supply chain as well as emissions from food transport. Singapore also aims to be a living lab for technological approaches to strengthen our food resilience and tackle food security challenges. Through special zones dedicated to urban farming and agri-tech innovation, we are spurring the transformation of our agri-food and aquaculture industry. Resources to drive research and development also help to plug existing technological gaps. This includes investing in areas such as future food, alternative proteins, sustainable urban food solutions, and food safety science and innovation. Climate change and urbanization are challenges that affect all countries. Today's symposium is an important step in the right direction to share our efforts and discuss ideas to transform our agri-food systems. Singapore remains committed to work with the FAO and like-minded countries towards innovative solutions and sustainable and resilient food systems and enhanced food security for the region. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you for highlighting the role of innovation technology. It's important to listen to this from a country that we know it has limited resources when it comes to food, but it's really a country that it applies technological innovations to solve a lot of problems. I've been many times in your country, see how much you do in technology on water management, on waste management, on urban development, and I think that the technology will give the big solutions for the future. We need sometimes to mature these technologies in the developing countries, and to mature these technologies is where we need the additional incentives. So I will go now to the next speaker that is joining online, and I will request His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Abdul Razak, MP and Minister for Agriculture in Bangladesh, to take the floor. Minister, the floor is yours for 7 minutes. Minister, I think you are muted. You need to unmute your microphone.
Thank you.
We are hearing you nice now.
Yeah. Honorable Facilitator, His Excellency Director General FAO, Q. Dongyu, Honorable Ministers who are participating in this event, high-level representative from Asia Pacific member countries, Assistant Director General FAO Rep, Mr. Jung Jin Kim, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a great pleasure and privilege for me to be able to attend the hybrid event on Asia Pacific Symposium on Agri-Food System Transformation. We see the subject of investment as being the engine for agri-food system transformation in this region, especially in these times of widespread global food crisis arising out of COVID pandemic and other man-made disasters like Russia-Ukraine war. In this context, this symposium is very timely and highly relevant. And I congratulate FAO REP for organizing this regional dialogue ahead of World Food Forum and FAO Investment Forum to be held in Rome just 12 days later. I understand that this symposium will help prepare for the said event in Rome. Agriculture contributes substantially to Bangladesh GDP, offers resilience and fosters growth of other real sectors. With around 40% of the workforce in Bangladesh engaged in agriculture, we see development of this sector as being at the core of Bangladesh transformation to a higher middle income economy by 2030, the closing year of SDG, and prosperous or developed economy by 2041. Under the dynamic leadership of our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, the Ministry of Agriculture adopted National Agricultural Policy 2021, Good Agricultural Practices Policy 2020, National Agricultural Extension Mechanization Policy 2020, and 8th 5-year plan in line with the targets and priorities of SDG, Delta Plan 2100, and Perspective Plan of 2021-2041. The whole objective is to realizing the dream of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who, for a hunger and poverty-free prosperous Bangladesh, initiated the first wave of agricultural transformation by introducing green revolution, adapting HYVs, mechanized irrigation, and a number of institutional as well as policy reforms. Her Excellency Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina not only followed his footprints, she also reinvigorated rural farm and non-farm sector in a way to anchor the second wave of agricultural transformation in latter half of the 90s. These have contributed to Bangladesh's self-sufficiency in rice and yielded tremendous performance in non-cereal and non-crop agriculture. This has helped significantly to improve our food and nutrition security status. These achievements were made despite persistent and emerging challenges. Bangladesh is heavily impacted by monsoon climate, natural calamities like storm, cyclone, riverbank erosion, conversion of fertile land mass to non-farming activities are common. Its agriculture faces challenges from drought, salinity, temperature extremes, declining soil fertility, degrading natural resources, flash flood, and tidal surge and biotic stresses. A high yield gap, inadequate marketing and agro-processing system, high post-harvest loss, low input efficiency, market price shocks, farm labor shortage, etc. are additional challenges affecting agricultural productivity. Ensuring safe and nutritious food requires enhanced production, putting an extra pressure on the natural resources base. We therefore need to consistently improvise and persevere to do more. In this perspective, the government identified agriculture and rural development as a sector for rapid poverty alleviation, particularly in rural areas, as it is proved that investment in the sector has a most effective and direct impact in poverty reduction. Agriculture has offered tremendous resilience in our economy in the wake of COVID pandemic. We therefore are committed to enhance and sustain investment in the agri-food system in both state-of-the-art production methods as well as those focused on helping local communities to boost food production, access market, and more. Under the directives of the Prime Minister, we have started the third wave of transformation process. The Ministry of Agriculture in Bangladesh values the role and close cooperation of development partners in this process. Here I would like to highlight that in line with the ministry objective, we are partnering with FAO under the hand-in-hand initiative, which is an evidence-based, country-led and country-owned initiative to accelerate agricultural transformation and sustainable rural development to meet SDG 1 and SDG 2 targets, and in the process also contribute to the attainment of all other sustainable development goals in Bangladesh. The initiative is supporting the overarching agriculture transformation program in Bangladesh, which will modernize the agriculture sector through targeted investment, intervention, innovation, and institutional reforms. Ministry of Agriculture is working to strengthen the agro-processing sector to transform products originating from crop agriculture, livestock, and fishery in compliance with international standards and best practices. Exchange of experiences can assist us in these areas. The Agriculture Sector Transformation Working Group aims to support the government with transformation process to modernize production, mechanization, increase digitalization in agriculture, to increase farm income. The working group that comprises of many development partners will focus on formulating and implementing the ATP in line with the national policies and priorities. Investment are also crucial for fulfilling the pathway commitments we have made for transformation of food system to realize the SDG under UNO Food System Summit. The way to achieve this to be united and coordinated in our response towards the creation of additional revenue streams for enhanced investment in agri-food system. We see support from FAO and other development partners as crucial in this process. I thank you all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you very much for highlighting the portfolio of policies that your government has put together to support the food system transformations, and also how important it is to ensure community participation for these transformations. Thank you very much. So last but not least, we have a recorded statement from Honorable Aye Tambua, Minister for Agriculture from Papua and New Guinea, and I would like to ask the colleagues to project the statement, please.
Good evening. FAO Director General Chu Dong-yu, dignitaries of other Asia-Pacific countries, and invited guests and stakeholders. I am honored to have the opportunity to participate in this Asia-Pacific Symposium on Agriculture Food Systems Transformation Organization by the FAO Regional Office for Asia and Pacific. On behalf of the government of Papua New Guinea, I take this opportunity to thank the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations for its long outstanding support and collaboration with the government of Papua New Guinea. The government recognized the value of FAO's assistance in terms of national capacity building to conceive and implement programs and projects across a wide range of areas and disciplines in the food, agro sector to bolster food, nutrition, livelihood, security of the people of Papua New Guinea. This symposium signifies the dire need for food in secure countries to readjust its focus to realize the challenges and the potential opportunities that can exist system within country. Hence, the current Marape Rosso government of Papua New Guinea is focused on growing the rural economy through agriculture. Food security is the priority of the current Marape Rosso government, as emphasized, is now being put into policy and legislation and corporate structures, etc. of the Department of Agriculture community board agencies to create an enabling environment for the development and growth of agriculture industry in Papua New Guinea. There is so much potential for Papua New Guinea. If we focus on forestry, fisheries, agriculture, and the opportunities that are present, the government plans to unpack the opportunities and get our people into production. The current Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marape, recently highlighted in the inaugural address in the 11th Parliament session the need for PNG to explore commercial agriculture by ensuring we open up markets for agriculture products. The Prime Minister Marape goes on to mention the need for sustain the commodity price support, freight subsidy program, both of which have an enormous impact on the growth in the agricultural sector. As the country, Papua New Guinea needs to add value to its commodity, hence we need a large investment to build economic infrastructure to unlock the agriculture potential in rural areas and enable market system through digital platforms. The UN Food Summit as an important global event evolved from the logic, decisive and strategic foresight of the United Nations General Secretary. Central to this call, the decade of action for the SDGs will strategically position and prepare United Nations member states to transform the respective food system, thus creating a sustainable food system. The Department of Agriculture and Livestock, in collaboration with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations in Papua New Guinea, had convened regional dialogues to bring together actors along the food system to strategize in transforming PNG's food system. As a result, the convening of the Food System Summit dialogue, the National Pathway Framework was developed to set the roadmap for transforming Papua New Guinea food system. The framework identified the challenges, the opportunities with key recommendations for complete transformation of the food system in Papua New Guinea. This roadmap is being further developed by my department, Department of Agriculture and Livestock, taking into consideration budgetary commitment required from the government and international development partners to see Papua New Guinea National Food System pathway come into rotation. PNG is a beautiful country, endowed with rich natural resources. The country has enough land, sea, and people to produce enough food to meet the domestic requirement and also contribute to the global food security. The new government, led by Prime Minister James Marape, has identified the agriculture sector as a priority sector for investment of resource in support of PNG accelerated socio-economic development. To bring home this point, the government has created 4 ministerial portfolios in the agro-food sector. One each for agriculture, livestock, coffee, and oil palm. Papua New Guinea is blessed with abundant natural resources, including rich terrestrials as well as marine biodiversity. It is estimated to cover more than 5% of world's biodiversity in less than 0.05% of the land area. It is the world's richest island flora, and 2/3 of plants in Papua New Guinea can be found only in New Guinea. In Papua New Guinea, transforming the agro-food system in the direction of improved food, nutrition, and the livelihood security would require substantial investment in resource as well as technical assistance from our development partners. In this context, we would appreciate more technical support from FAO in development of the highly productive climate resilient agriculture with a strong downstream linkage for processing and value addition that would strengthen food security, generate rural employment and livelihood opportunities, empower women, contribute to conflict management and peace building in the society. Thank you.
So we thank very much the minister from Papua New Guinea, because he brought also 2 important elements, that all of these transformations are about the achievement of the SDGs, and also I think he brought the dimension of biodiversity, which is an extremely important one. So that concludes our panel. I would like to thank very much all the panelists online and on site, and ask all of you for a round of applause to them. And just to take 2 minutes to tell you the story I'm getting home, because I always get a story because it helps me to define actions better. I think that this panel proved that we have a tremendous opportunity to fix a $12 trillion problem, because these are the environmental and social externalities of the food systems. And I would say, Martin, I'm not the economist here, I'm a forester, I'm a poor forester, but maybe one of the things we should start to do is to attribute this cost. Who is generating this cost? Because I remember from the 6.6 trillion of the health issue, about 2 was on obesity. And I don't believe that a small farmer in Thailand, even is producing rice, is responsible for this. But I think that there's a system that pushes fat and sugar as the food of the children that creates the problem. But then we hear that we have solutions, yeah? Bhutan said, when you do these transformations, focus on climate, because this is the big disaster that it's happening. And do this by focusing on dialogue, focusing on local communities, as our colleague from FSM said. And do this by a portfolio of policies that they will address all of these challenges, use innovation and technology, and of course address the biodiversity crisis and do everything to accelerate the SDGs. So I think we have fantastic opportunities, and I thank everybody for their support. Back to the moderation for the closing of the section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefanos. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Martin. To close the session, I invite the Assistant Director General and Regional Representative FAO, Mr. Jongjin Kim, to deliver the closing remarks, please.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. We have listened very rich, insightful, and very powerful statements from all of you. I think your words have set a very clear scene for the technical sessions for next 2 days. As we have heard, the impacts from COVID and 5F crisis. This is very serious wake-up for all of us. We have heard urgent call for actions for transformation of agri-food system. The pandemic had very serious impact on livelihood, particularly those vulnerables. 5F crisis is seriously affecting food supply, trade, and the macroeconomies, which has a very impairing impact on agricultural production. We heard from the ministers that the countries have been taking actions, taking measures to respond to those threats, shocks, and impacts. But many of these actions or measures are not so much sustainable in the long run. As we have heard, very big challenge, huge tasks, and investments required to address those challenges ahead of us. I think the only way forward is to identify opportunities and use them as the entry point for transformational change of agri-food system. In pursuing the pathway, the national pathways, I think the multi-sectoral coordinated efforts with a systemic approach by diverse stakeholders will be critical, as we heard from all the speakers. Governments, the UN agencies, development partners, private sector, civil society, academia, all players, they have shared responsibility and they have roles to play in this pathway. We have to help countries to chart out their courses towards sustainable and resilient agri-food system. As this region is so diverse, one size fits all may not work. I think this is the moment that we roll up our sleeves and exert ourselves on details. There are possibly many nuances and trade-offs, and there are complex cost-benefit calculations, and there are possibly entrenched interest. But we have to make difficult choices, because we cannot leave anyone behind. We have to manage differences and contradictions. That is, in my view, the understanding of the symposium, which intends to build on the commitments we made 1 year ago at the UN Food System Summit. So I look forward to further listening and learning from you over the next 2 days. And I want to thank you again for your strong commitments to transforming agri-food system and also your kind words on our work of FAO. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. So, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, thank you for being here today. So there are two things that we would like to share with you. First, we have dinner arranged at 7 p.m. on the 32nd floor. It's called the 360 Lounge, so which gives you a 360 view of the city. So you're all welcome to have dinner. Please do inform your colleagues who may not be here in the room right now, so please ask them to be there as well. And second, we will meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. So we are starting early. We are starting with the Pacific plenary, which is devoted to the Pacific SIDS. So there is a lot to be learned about that special region. So please be here at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and see you in a bit for dinner. Thank you very much and have a good evening.